I'm afraid I don't think we have the disclaimer, so we'll just move on the agenda.
Yeah, would you like me just to read it?
Oh, you want? I'm happy to read it. Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. This is the public advisory. The meeting will be conducted exclusively through video conference and teleconference pursuant to Section 3 of Executive Order N2920, issued by Governor Newsom on March 17, 2020. This meeting of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force will be conducted exclusively through teleconference and Zoom video conference. Please be advised that pursuant to the executive order and to ensure the health and safety of the public by limiting human contact that could spread the COVID-19 virus, there will not be a physical meeting location available. To access the meeting remotely using the internet, join from a PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device, and you can use the URL published on the agenda. If you do not wish for your name to appear on the screen, then use the drop-down menu and click on Rename to rename yourself to be anonymous. To request to speak, use the raise hand icon on the screen. To join by phone, dial 669-900-9128 and enter meeting ID 819-8335-4907. If you wish to comment during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 and wait to be recognized by the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed to roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner Fine?
Present.
Commissioner Chima?
Present.
Commissioner Dangerfield?
Present.
Commissioner Hyde? Commissioner Hyde? Commissioner Harger?
Present.
Commissioner Lindheim?
Present.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Ghosh?
Present.
Commissioner Jigu?
Present.
Commissioner Opton? Commissioner Blake?
He said he
Commissioner-
would be a little late.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Polk? Commissioner Malvito? Commissioner Diaz? Commissioner Diaz?
Yeah, present.
Thank you. Commissioner Ho?
Present.
Commissioner Lutzker?
Sorry, present, having trouble with audio.
Now we have someone on the screen by the name of Alice. Is that someone that needs to be renamed?
Oh no, hi, I'm Alice Nguyen. I'm with Bright Research Group.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, is roll call finished?
Roll call is finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, let's go to public comment. Each speaker be limited to 2 minutes, but please know the task force very much values the public's thoughts on this process, as this is very much a public process. So yeah, feel free to use the raise hand function or *9 if you're calling in.
Looks like we have one raised hand. It's George Lippman. I can move into the room. Mr. Lippman, you're free to speak.
Yes, good evening. I want to mention a show that I heard on NPR today, and I'll get to my point in a second, but it was an interview with a British doctor who was talking about systemic racism in health and institutional racism. I think that he says we have to talk about this stuff. We have to talk about how it's systematic and institutional. And he referred to some issues in a medical journal in JAMA where they said you can't use the word racism. You have to say bias, or you have to say societal roots or something like that. And so you can't overturn racism unless you name it. And I think that's similar for us working in the world of police reform. And I think that there's a lot of defensiveness and a lot of concern about being singled out and accused. And we have to realize that these are social issues. They affect every institution in society. They affect us in Berkeley as well as other places. And I think we need to look at them as social scientists and as I could say citizens of this country or residents. These are matters that affect all of us, and we have a responsibility to face them head on and not take them personally. This is not personal about any individual. Most of what we're talking about is the problems of the institutions, and let's try to keep that in mind. We have to look at issues within racial disparities and all other issues coolly and respectfully, and understanding what the social roots really are, and then we can move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? That doesn't look like you. Oh, we do.
I do see one raised hand. It looks like Barb Atwell. Barb, you should be in to speak.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. My name is Barb Atwell. I'm a proud resident of Berkeley. I'm also a member of the Berkeley Quaker meeting. And I just want to say that I am so excited about this task force and about what we can accomplish and that we can show the country as a whole. I know that there are a lot of people watching this group, and hopefully we can hit the express lane and work together, not in silos, so that the consultants can work with the task force, which can work with the council, which can work with the public. We do want some results, and we are here to support you, and I really hope we can see some action soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Okay,
see no more raised hands, Chair.
No more raised hands. Thank you. So it's not agendized, but usually approval of the agenda would be there. So I give commissioners 1 second if there's any concerns about the agenda or if any items should move up or down. This would be the time to propose that. Commissioner Chima?
Yeah, I'm proposing that we move the subcommittee conversation a little more up, but because I'm a little afraid that that's going to, no, I'm very happy that that's going to be a very exciting conversation, but a little worried that we might run out of time. And that seemed to have been a critical question that people have been asking. So if it's possible to do that, let's do that. If it's not, I'm cool.
Okay, do you have any, sorry to interrupt, do you have any spot in particular you were thinking?
I can't see the agenda, so that's.
Okay, so currently as listed, it's the task force meeting schedule, roles and responsibilities. Number 2 is the police department overview. Number 3 is the priority dispatch overview. Number 4 is the community engagement survey.
I withdraw.
Number 5 is the.
We'll get to it.
Okay. Okay. In that case, any objections to approving the agenda as written? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted. Moving to approve of the minutes, commissioners, take I guess 1 moment to look if the minutes from our last meeting look correct to you. your name spelled correctly, if the votes look right. This is the moment for that. And okay. Any objections to approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We'll now move into our action items. Number one being task force draft meeting schedule and roles and responsibility. Mr. Wyden, Ms. Cole, feel free to take over.
Thank you very much, Chair Mizell, and good evening, task force. Nice to see everyone this Thursday evening. Don't want to take up too much time with this item, but we tried to be responsive to the conversation that we had at the last meeting in a number of different ways. One, to talk and have a discussion about the role and responsibility of the task force and ways in which the task force can help to engage and shape this overall process. And so what we wanted to do was a few things. One was for discussion was to lay out a proposed meeting schedule. And I want to be clear up front that this is by no means meant to be the totality of the meetings that you have. It doesn't mean that any of these topics will be concluded in their discussion at the meeting date that they are. But we wanted to sort of try to help shape the beginning and create a foundation for us to work with you this evening. So a few things to point out in putting together this schedule as a starting point. One was there are 3 special meetings identified on this list. We do appreciate and understand that there's a lot to talk about and a lot to get through, and we acknowledge that up front. And so we tried to populate with 3 special meeting dates that we want to make sure work for this group. The second thing was we tried to frame some intentionality in putting together this meeting schedule as a starting point. So it all starts with this evening, April 8th. We have a few different pieces, a few different presentations that are coming to you. We're going to have a first discussion with our interim chief, Jen Lewis, to really start to provide some foundation for all of you about who is the Berkeley Police Department, what is the Berkeley Police Department. In that vein, thinking about sort of the beginning, the front end of how things come together and how police respond, we wanted to have our fire chief, David Brannigan, here this evening to talk about priority dispatching. And in response to questions and comments and discussion that we had around community engagement, we have Bright Research Group and Holly and her team here to talk about the survey that was sent out. And then the other items are fairly straightforward. As we sort of move through, we've worked very closely with David Muhammad and his team to understand what their deliverables are and the timelines, and we've worked very closely with our city auditor and the work that she's doing. So as we talked about at the last meeting, we've put forward a date of April 29th as a special meeting date. It's a challenge with this talented group to find dates that don't conflict with other commissions, so we tried to put some thought into that. And our city auditor will be ready to bring forward a discussion of the calls for service analysis. And I think what's really important to acknowledge in that, so you all are prepared, is she makes no conclusions. She is putting together the beginnings of the data of the calls that the police department responds to. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. The next meeting is May 13th, and I'll back up on April 29th for 1 second. Also, that will be an opportunity for David Muhammad and National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform to bring forward their first deliverable for this task force to take a look at, and that's around best practices and new and emerging models of community safety. So we figured those are going to be some pretty big, meaty topics, and there's going to be a lot of discussion. So that's what April 29th is focused on. May 13th, we have, if necessary, and we fully anticipate, there may want to be further discussion on the calls for service analysis. Our city auditor is very well aware of that, and depending upon the questions that are raised and the conversation that comes up, She's prepared to come back for additional meetings, absolutely, for the task force. She wants to be helpful to all of you. Also, saving some space for new and emerging models of community safety. Again, you'll be receiving that report for the first time, so we anticipate you may want that to talk further about it. And also some additional discussion with Interim Chief Lewis. So as you hear regarding this presentation, we very much want to establish a dialogue and a conversation with this task force with our police department. And so we hope that when we get to her presentation, that we're able to get some direction from all of you about, really what you would like to hear from her, in addition to her instinct about what she'd like to present to you. And then we'll bring forward our HHCS director, Lisa Barhus, to talk about the specialized care unit and the work that they're doing. And I just want to acknowledge for this group, I've had some individual meetings with you, but I do want to acknowledge that we do have some folks on this task force, and we're really lucky to have them who are working directly with the team on the steering committee for the specialized care unit. And we also do have folks here who are mental health commissioners who will be receiving information about that process as well. So we're lucky to have that expertise with us. When we get to May 19th, that's a special meeting date. We tried to pair a couple of topics that we think align well together. Many of you are probably really engaged and aware of the work of the Fair and Impartial Work Group that occurred, and they brought forward to our City Council about a month or so ago, a really great presentation about deep work that they've done around fair and impartial policing. And we think it'd be really wonderful if we could invite them to this task force to come and present, as well as provide an opportunity for the police department to talk about their commitment to implementing a number of the initiatives. So you can get a flavor for what that looks like and what that will look like over time, because I imagine that's going to be an important set of recommendations you'll want to look at. And then partnering with that, because I think they're very much affiliated activities, is the BERC recommendation that came from council. And so a big component of that was looking at pretextual stops. And I think the discussion around fair and impartial policing and what they brought forward will partner very well with the discussion and work that our Public Works Department is doing around BERC. And then we started to look forward. June 10th, there'll be some additional second deliverable from National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform around the draft alternative responses. And that's really focused and framed around what are some alternative response models that could exist for the police department. We wanted to put a feeler out for another special meeting, nothing out there right now, for the task force to meet June 30th. Some more discussion in July around the specialized care unit, and there's a couple of different opportunities for Bright Research Group to bring forward the results of the community survey in June, as well as in July, the results of their community engagement effort, and then to have Nick Jr., National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, bring forward their report. So as we move forward through this document, I want to really make sure I make a couple of points really clear. This is a starting point for a discussion with you about where you think there may be gaps in the meetings. Other groups you may want to hear from, we want to know that. Other meeting dates you might want us to explore. We just wanted to start to put some meat on the bone, so to speak, so we could open up a conversation about what meetings might look like. The next couple of pages really focus on roles and responsibilities. And I'm going to be really honest with you. This didn't reflect any original drafting on my part. This is the great work and great vision of our mayor and city council. So really focusing, framing the document around really what the objectives were that council advanced around this initiative. And so I'm not going to go through all of them in detail. I just wanted to put them in one document for you that you could have them handy. But I think it well articulates a lot of the initiatives that are in process, a lot of the discussion that we're about to have. Then I just summarized, again, the role of National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform and the work that they're doing. And then wanted to summarize really going through the enabling legislation. Again, no original authorship on my part, but really looking at that enabling legislation and identifying what the city council adopted, and really to help create space for a discussion around the work that we're expecting of this task force. And in putting that together, really getting to the last couple of pages of this document, trying to help frame the ways in which we anticipate, expect, and hope that this task force really will help shape the process, will help shape recommendations, will help shape programs as really all the work starts to come forward. I want to acknowledge that, we've only met, this is our third meeting as a group. The first two meetings were largely about setting up our infrastructure. And now, as you see, as we start to bring forward the presentations, you're going to have work starting to come to you, and you're going to have discussions starting to come forward. And so, as we will with the survey, we're very much eager to talk about the survey so that you can help us shape that survey and get that survey out the door. And you're going to see that throughout embedded in these questions. I really want to just focus for 1 minute on the last question, question 8, because I think that really gets to the heart of why we're really here together. And it's all about talking about, with the recommended approach to public safety that emerges from the discussions here, from the community engagement that Bright Research Group will be leading, from the research at the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform brings forward to all of us, from the specialized care unit to the priority dispatching. The whole intent is for us to really think deeply about the police department itself and the services that will be offered, what that means for the size of the police department, and what that implies in terms of allocated resources. So there's no predetermined notion of what that's going to look like. That's the journey we're really asking all of you to embark with all of us. And that's really the basis for a lot of the work that we're bringing forward. And you can see some of those questions. So I really want to hold that space with all of you, because I want to do my best to dispel the notion really up front that there are any predetermined outcomes, that this group is being asked to rubber stamp anything, because I don't know what the end of the day where we're going to land in terms of these recommendations, and that we really are asking you to probe very deeply into the discussion. We are asking you to help us shape this process. But what is most important, and I really want to make sure that is clear, is that we're really coming to you, stepping back from the very beginning in the first page in terms of that meeting schedule, is helping us to shape what else you need, what information you need, what presentations you need, so we can ensure that we're well equipping you with all that you need to be effective in your work. So I'll stop there, Chair. I think I've said a lot, and I'm happy to answer any questions and take feedback so that we can address them.
Thank you. Commissioners, feel free to raise your hand. Vice Chair.
David, my question is around the budget of the police, and that at some point we need to get a really good sense of that, because one of the reasons why we're here is to also look at the transformation of Berkeley Police Department, and to see if there are resources in there that could be allocated elsewhere, work that the division does now that could be done somewhere else. So is there going to be a police department budget presentation, or some of us were interested in looking at how BPD spends its money? I don't see budget mentioned anywhere, and yet the call to, reform, reinvest, all of that. If we don't know what we can reinvest, where else? I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about defund the police. I'm not talking about any of that. But when I read all the legislation and all of this, it seemed clear to me that at some point we would be able to do some analysis of the police department to see where there might be savings. So I hope Dan will say something about this.
And I'll just say we'd be very happy to bring forward to you a discussion about the budget itself. And we will definitely think about different ways of presenting that information to you so that you have the budget information that you need.
Commissioner Lindheim.
So, David, wasn't that one of the things that the auditor was working on? Wasn't that one of the tasks that?
Yes, there's two parts to the auditor's work. One is a calls for service analysis, and then the second part will be work around the budget itself. But her work around the budget is I can't speak concretely about timeframes, but I can assure you it's not going to be coming too soon. So I think it's going to be really important for us to bring forward really some strong budget information for you on the department. And
Okay,
certainly
that's not,
the city
that
auditor
also
can-
isn't a responsibility of the consultant?
to bring forward information about the department's budget or to analyze the budget. They will definitely be looking and analyzing the budget, but we would certainly like to bring forward to you information so you can understand how much resources are allocated, which funds support the department, and how they're deployed. We think it'd be good information for you to have.
Sure.
Commissioner Fine.
I would like to ask in the list of information that we're receiving to have the community engagement process work plan and the schedule and timeline for accomplishing it. My understanding is that the National Institute and RDA have met and that they're working through how this is going to play itself out. And it would be, I think, very helpful to the task force and the SCU to understand what each of the entities' roles are and what the timeline is and how it's going to be accomplished.
Great. We'll work with both Holly and her team as well as with Nick Jr. to accommodate that. And yes, and just so everyone knows, RDA is the consultant working with our HHCS department on developing the pilot program for the specialized care unit.
Commissioner Lutzker.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for pulling this together. I really appreciate it. I have two comments about the proposed schedule and topics and approach. Number one is that when the way it's laid out in the description is kind of trying to think about what services and responsibilities that BPD currently has that can be shifted elsewhere. And I think that that's critical, and I'm glad to see that. I also really think it's important to think about what are things that BPD is doing right now that just don't need to be done. That we can take what is happening right now, it doesn't need to happen. And as Commissioner Vice Chair Chima was talking about, we can take some of that savings and put it into actual preventative programs. So I don't actually see a lot on prevention in here. I see a lot more about like shifting of responsibilities and just recreating some of the same programs or duties that BPD is doing right now is not necessarily, I think, what people are really looking for in terms of reimagination. So I'd really like to think about what doesn't need to be done at all and what sort of preventive services can be put in place. And then my second comment revolves around BERCDOT, which is that, you know, the task for Nick Jr. is to research, I'm not sure exactly what the language is, but it's to research best practices elsewhere, you know, new and emerging models. I think that this is going to prove difficult with BERCDOT because actually we would be the first city in the country to really take on traffic enforcement in the way that the BERCDOT proposal hopes to. And that's not just the elimination of pretextual stops, that's re-envisioning entirely what people, how we allocate traffic enforcement, that we really focus exclusively on safety and that we're not pulling over people because we get a grant to pull over people. We're not pulling over people because we just see them doing something that is against the law. We actually do things for safety purposes. It also involves moving eventually, when state law comes into play, civilian enforcement of traffic enforcement. And there just isn't a model for doing this elsewhere in the United States. And I think that that's a really critical piece that Berkeley really needs. All eyes are on us in the country in this particular aspect. And I think that looking at what other people are doing is not going to cut it. We need to really think in an innovative way and really be creative. And it's just, I think thinking about how to do that is really critical in this process. And I'd like to see some sort of aspect of that built into the agenda. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Opton.
I'd like to second and reinforce some of the thoughts shared with us by the immediately preceding speaker. There are thousands of police departments in the United States. It's very likely, therefore, that there are some, more than one, which have reduced their size without suffering the consequences of immense increases in violent crime. In fact, there may be several or many. We should be researching to see where those departments are, how they did what they did, and how they've accomplished what they've accomplished. Have they, for example, eliminated certain activities that they used to do, but have found that they don't actually need to do it all? Or have they found that some of what they used to do needs to be done, but doesn't need to be done by people with the very specialized training and weapons and high pay of police officers, but can be done by other municipal employees? So, to summarize, reducing the budgets and personnel of police department is something that we don't have to invent for the first time. We can find out what has been done elsewhere, where it's been done well, where it's been done poorly, and what is best applicable to us here in Berkeley.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would just add, as kind of a related example, one discussion we had in the Fair and Partial Policing Working Group was how City of Oakland, OPD, reduced their stops by, I believe it was 63% from 2017 to 2019, where they moved from a more of a hotspot model of stopping people to precision model with basically a higher barrier of evidence. And there was no correlated increase of crime. There was no increase in number of collisions. So there's probably a lot of things there once we start digging in that we'll find that probably could be done in a different way or possibly not done at all. So I'm excited for that conversation. Any other commissioners on this item? And we will have a robust discussion about subcommittees later in our meeting. Okay, thank you, Mr. White. Appreciate the update and the work involved in it. We'll now move to item 2 and our interim chief of BPD, Interim Chief Lewis, and her presentation on the structure of BPD. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. Okay. I'm going to share my screen with you for the presentation. You guys should have received the packet already. Before I do that, I just wanted to introduce myself really quickly. I didn't have the opportunity to do that at the last meeting. I am a 22-year employee with the Berkeley Police Department, born and raised in the Bay Area with family in the city of Berkeley. I've worked a range of special assignments and duties in the police department, so I feel like I have a really good understanding of all the different workings of all the different units in the department. And I'm currently serving as the interim chief of police, which is a responsibility that I feel both privileged and honored to hold, and which I do not take lightly. I do want to talk a little bit more about what Dave White mentioned about sort of the format or how we're going to arrange this, and really very much my goal is so that you do have a very deep and robust understanding of how we do, what it is that we do, and why we do the things that we do, and provide a good foundation so that you then have an understanding of how our department works and are able to sort of overlay the other information you receive. And very much I'm interested in hearing suggestions for the things that we want to talk about in the next presentation. In fact, I have a couple ideas about where I think that next one will go, but have left quite a bit of space for both this discussion and the questions you might have afterwards and the days following to really drive what we talk about next time, including our budget and giving some information on our budget so that you, again, like I mentioned, have a really robust understanding. For just a little piece of housekeeping, there will be space at the end of the presentation for us to fill in the areas you want more information on, but also to answer questions. So I will ask that if possible, just hold questions till the end. We will have time for it at the end. All right, let's see. Okay, I will be presenting tonight with Lieutenant Melanie Turner. And I do, before we get too much into this, want to give her an opportunity to introduce herself as well. So she's going to do that now.
Good evening. Thank you, Chief. My name is Melanie Turner. I'm a lieutenant with BPD. I've been with the department for about 17 years. Have had the privilege to have a diverse background and worked a variety of special assignments. I'm currently in patrol right now. Also recently married, so I'm excited about that. And I'm a mom to a 7-year-old boy.
Okay. So the first slide of really information that we gave you is our organizational chart. And in a traditional sort of overview of the police department, this is where you would see it start. And then we would kind of just read through and talk about it. And it'd be pretty dry. And what I really want to drive more in this conversation is an understanding of, like I said, how we work and why we do the work that we do. But what this slide reflects is how we're organized and gives you some insight into how our personnel and resources are allocated. And a couple things I really want to point out here are these numbers reflect what our current staffing is with the fiscal year deferments that we made in order to adjust our budget, reflecting the deficit that we're facing during the pandemic. And I'm going to give you guys a couple terms as far as staffing, because I think they're relevant to the conversation about budget and how we could apply our resources, but also some of the material you'll hear from the auditor around overtime and staffing levels and responses. We'll talk about the different staffing levels. So this reflects, as I said, the numbers of personnel that we have under our current deferral limits. There's another term you'll hear called authorized staffing. And our current authorized staffing, if we weren't in the current budget condition we were in, would be 181 sworn officers. This, what you see, reflects 157 officers. There's also a term you'll hear, which is actual staffing numbers. And while we are under our cycle right now, intending to sit at 157, we sit at 158. So our current actual staffing is 158. What that means is that we're one over, and that's just due to the fluctuation of retirements and hiring and things like that. You'll see numbers adjust a little bit, but that's what actual staffing means, how many employees we actually have on the books. And then there's one other term that doesn't really necessarily have a name that's used all the time, but I think it's important to call out, and that's a true staffing level, or what you might call a deployable staffing level. And in this situation, like I said, we have 158 sworn officers on our quote unquote books. At least at any given time, you'll see 10 to 12 people who can't deploy to the street to do work. And that might be because they're still in training, they're in the academy, they're out on a long-term injury, or they are slated to retire and are about to retire or something like that. So just to give you kind of an idea of how numbers can fluctuate and what the different terms you might hear when we talk about staffing levels.
So you'll see here that obviously you have the chief at the top, and you have a civilian staff and police administration that reports to the chief, as well as 2 sergeants in internal affairs that report directly to the chief. All right, next you'll see there we have our operations division. So our operations division is our patrol division. Those are going to be our forward-facing beat officers that are in uniform out in the street that you see driving around in BPD cars. We have 7 teams, and that is 24/7 coverage. We also in operations have our bike team. That's a team of a sergeant and 5 officers who are out doing bike patrol in downtown Berkeley on focused areas. And we also, in addition to the 410 schedule that they work, they will come in, a couple of them, if available, and work on the weekends as well on overtime. You'll also see our Community Services Bureau, where we have our Public Information Officer who is sharing information with our community and the media, and our area coordinators who help to service sort of and manage long-term sort of issues in our community. And you have 4 of those there. And then lastly, we have a reserve unit that works out of operations, but serves the entire department. Next, we have our investigations division. This is where we have our detectives. And you'll see there's a list there of the different detective units that we have, each of them having sort of a specific a specialty that they focus on. And our reports from patrol go to detectives, and then they take the case and work on it if it's a long-term investigation, and do follow up as well. We also have a crime analyst that is assigned to the detective bureau. And then you'll see traffic bureau, where we have our motor officers, our parking enforcement, and crossing guards. Professional standards division consists of first personnel and training. They are responsible for all the hiring and training for the entire department, not only for police, but for all other positions within the department. And they also oversee training for everyone as well. And they also liaison with city human resources. And then we have our policy and planning. We have a sergeant assigned to that unit, and they are doing policy and legislative updates. And then finally, our audit and inspection sergeant, who is doing internal compliance audits, making sure that we're following state guidelines and following best practices. And lastly, our support services division, they're really focused on our post-crime and post-incident record management and sort of data management. We also have a court liaison officer assigned there who helps sort of manage the cases that go to the DA's office. We have a police tech unit in there as well in support services. Lastly, we have the communications center with dispatch, and who takes in all the calls for the city of Berkeley, both police, fire, and EMS. And finally, our jail.
Yes, sorry about that. I was really excited about the next slide. I forwarded too fast.
It's okay.
Okay, so this next slide is meant as a way to give you a framework about how an event or an incident occurs and how the police then get involved. And I think this is really important to give you a kind of a greater understanding of how work is created for us and how we might be involved. So there are a lot of ways that an event is initiated. And here's what you see is sort of the technical way that an event begins as far as in our record system. In a few minutes, we'll talk more in depth about all the different ways that the community contacts us for these events. But the technical way that an event happens is either a caller reports a call or an officer initiates a call. And who they're initiating the call with is what we would consider the pre-scene work, and that's the communication center. That's the dispatchers. And our dispatchers are able to function and work multiple desks. And Chief Brannigan will talk a little bit about dispatching fire and medical and police calls. But all of our dispatchers are qualified to handle all of those responsibilities. But when they come in for work for a day, certain dispatchers are assigned as call takers. And then one single dispatcher is assigned as something called control. And what that means is that they're the forward-facing dispatch voice that talks on the radio and assigns units and officers and other people to go to calls. So if a call comes in, a dispatcher who's working as a call taker would take the call, enter the call into the system, And that's important because when the auditor comes and talks to you, they're going to talk about calls for service, and the data that they looked at to create their analysis was based on calls for service. This is where that happens. This point is where, when that dispatcher is entering a call in our computer aided dispatch, which is also referred to as CAD, that's when a call for service is generated. Work does not happen on the street by the officers without generating this kind of CAD call. And then the dispatcher that's working control, their duty or responsibility is to send units. And often we get questions about why a certain number of units came to a call. And that'll make more sense when you see the next part of the slide. But just so you know that there are some priorities that are set by the type of call, and a dispatcher will then send that many units. And then as the call is evolving, the dispatcher is constantly updating units about descriptions and things like that. And that's when they might be adding more resources to a call, including things like a crisis unit or an ambulance or animal control and things like that.
So next, now that the call has been taken and sent out to the officers, now you're going to have at least one officer, if not multiple officers, responding to the call depending on the type of call. And you're going to have a primary officer who's going to be juggling quite a bit depending on what kind of call you have. They're going to be making sure that they're updating dispatch and responding officers as to what the call is. Is it accurate? Is the call, the information that we received, accurate, or is it something entirely different? Was it reported to us as a crime and it really isn't a crime? And so that officer is really going to be handling a lot of information at the same time, also keeping in mind safety for everyone involved, whether it's victim, suspect, witnesses, or responding officers. They may be considering things like administering first aid and coordinating with other resources that you see there that we have available to us to help resolve whatever the situation may be. Post scene. So as the officers work through the call and come to a resolution there on scene, there's going to be a lot of documentation to follow on behind each call that we go to, whether it's a simple phone report or it's something like a critical large-scale incident. You're going to see some of those reports there that are listed. The handling officer, perhaps a supervisor, and the other assisting officers are all going to be completing reports for that incident if it was a large-scale event, and that there is an example of some of the reports that all those folks are going to have to handle. And then statistical reporting is important. A lot of the calls that we respond to are either mandated by the state or FBI that we report certain information to them for statistical purposes, and you'll see that list there. And then finally, we have ongoing. If we have continuing investigations, we're going to, the detective division, as I mentioned before, they're going to get involved to identify possible crime series, to do follow-up investigation with the victim, to help identify the suspect. We're going to possibly do a press release with our public information officer. And you'll see some of the other things that are going to keep happening sort of post-call in the days and perhaps even weeks afterwards.
Okay, so our goal here was to really talk about the way the community engages us and asks us for assistance, or the way we become aware of work or situations that we need to address in the field. And so we really try to think about all the different ways that we are engaged by the community. And so we started with citizen calls. That's what you would think of as the most traditional sense, where a citizen is involved in some situation or is a victim of a crime and calls either our emergency 911 number or calls our non-emergency number and asks for police assistance.
We also oftentimes get witnesses that are calling in saying, hey, I'm concerned. I think I may be witnessing a crime, or I just witnessed a crime and I'm concerned. I would like you guys to come help. Can you please respond? So often we do often get witnesses that call and would like us to check on something that is a common call as well.
Now, another way that we often see work come to us is through email. And that happens in a couple of different ways. Sometimes a community member might have an issue they're dealing with, either specific to them or to their neighborhood or area. And they're not often completely sure it's a criminal matter or whether the police are needed. And so they'll send an email to maybe city manager's office or the mayor or the council or some other city department and say, I have this issue. And those emails will come to me usually, and then I can direct them to the appropriate division or unit in the department to handle them.
We'll also have, our Community Services Bureau has, and patrol officers build positive relationships with folks in the community, and sometimes they'll get emails with comments, questions, concerns, and sometimes that could rise to the level of a crime. Same thing with our detective division. Once they're working on a case and establish a relationship with a victim, oftentimes they can easily communicate with them via email for either follow-up or additional information.
And so the next one on the list is an information-based stop. And what that means is that an officer initiated some engagement with somebody based on some specific information. And a situation where you might see that is as a scene unfolds, for example, and a dispatcher working control is giving updated information to officers responding. They'll start to provide a suspect description, and they may be saying something, like, a male with a polka dot shirt and white pants and a red bag, just took somebody's laptop from a coffee shop. And as officers are responding, someone sees somebody that fits that description, and they'll make a stop based on information that they've received, specific information.
A community flag down, as we're out and about and engaged with the community, oftentimes we're flagged down by someone asking a question or asking for assistance or reporting a crime. We recently had just an example of this. Recently had an officer out in the South Campus area, and a family was there and said, hey, we just lost track of our young child. Can you please help? And fortunately, we were able to get numerous officers to respond very quickly and locate the child.
Yeah, I think another thing that will often happen with the community flag down is sometimes people will see us out in the field on our routine patrols, and they've been meaning to call and ask for assistance, or it's an opportunity. You see someone in a coffee shop or having lunch or just walking their beat, and they're able to stop them and ask for some assistance that they might not have typically called for service on. The next one you'll see on there, information-based traffic stop. Now, there's a lot of discussion around this, and I'll tell you where our goal is to get to in this area. And in this area, we're specifically working to build some systems that will allow us to very specifically focus traffic enforcement or traffic stops on specific real-time data. I mean, we did, that was mentioned earlier already by the task force, and we are starting to develop some systems to do that, and that's definitely something that we're interested in pursuing. Right now, what you'll see as far as our sources for getting information-based stops happens when detectives or our Community Services Bureau generate information about certain series or crimes, or we have our daily team briefings before units go out on patrol. They'll share information about a series that might be occurring and the description of it's related to that. And a really recent example that everyone's probably aware of is that robbery series that we had, where we had multiple robberies in the city, and they were actually committing robberies in other jurisdictions as well. And there were some very specific vehicle descriptions provided during those crimes. And so officers were provided with the color, make, model of the car, as well as license plate information. So, but using that information, you would see officers on patrol potentially stop a vehicle that fit that description.
We also, to follow on with that, we had during the holidays this past year, we had a specific vehicle that was a white Mustang with front end damage that the detectives and patrol officers had noticed popping up as a suspect vehicle in some burglaries, as well as taking packages from people's porches. And so with that information, officers were able to have the photos of the vehicle and to have, so again, that very specific information to go out and look for that car specifically.
And the next item you'll see on there is the school resource officer. And currently we have an SRO assigned just to the Berkeley High School. And the goal of the SRO really is to work in partnership with the high school to build positive relationships with the students. And also focus on how to, harm reduction and restorative justice opportunities.
So, did you have more on that, Chief?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so one example recently was our SRO, because of the positive relationship he's built, he had a victim come forward to him to report something had happened to her as a young child, and he was able to build that rapport with her to have her come forward and report this incident and be able to have an investigation completed on that. So that was a good example of that. The next one is routine patrol. So this is going to be, during our normal day-to-day sort of regular patrol. Officers are going to be out in their area assigned to their beat, and they're going to come across situations where they can help. Either they on-view something, maybe they see a crime happen, or maybe they see someone that might need help. And so that's going to be something that they're doing on a day-to-day basis. Another tool for our patrol officers is to do security checks. Security checks is a great way for officers to be out in their beat and identifying maybe businesses that maybe have some are sort of dealing with regular crime, and the officers can go and do security checks, check in with the employees, let them know that they're there, allow them to get to know the officer and sort of develop that relationship and be available if and to share information back and forth. And so the officer has all that information, and that the store feels, and sees that we're there and visible.
Okay, the next one on the list is grant focused. And, hearing earlier that there were some concerns about enforcement being directed based on grants, I do think it's important to talk about how this works in the work that we do. In Berkeley and with the police department, often in an effort to increase the overall community safety, we do seek out grants that support very specific goals, such as stopping impaired drivers, DUI saturation, and other driving violations that really have a direct impact on pedestrian and bicyclist safety. So these grants usually have very specific parameters and focuses in order to address specific problems. And so an officer will come in and work a certain grant and will be focused on a specific violation and conduct enforcement based on that. Directed patrol, we talked about this a little bit earlier when we talked about the robbery series, but directed patrol is a tool when we have a very specific series or an issue occurring, and we take our resources and we assign them to that specific problem with the information and data that we have about the problem, whether it's a robbery series or some other assault or other problem. We've had it done it with like burglary series and things like that in the past as well. And officers, again, are using very specific information to do directed patrol to try to initiate either preventative measures or identify behavior that might fit the specifics of the crime and make stops based on that.
Next, we have our neighborhood watch meetings. These are regularly attended by our Community Services Bureau and also sometimes by patrol if necessary. It's a good way for the officers to share specific information with the citizens about what is going on, and to also receive information and questions and concerns from those specific neighborhoods and answer their questions and be able to take that information back to the department and to patrol to have those officers specifically look out for those problems. And then the last one is assistance to outside agencies. Oftentimes we get requests from other agencies for something that is very serious. We recently assisted Colma PD. They had received information there was someone in our city that had firearms in their house, and we assisted with that investigation and did successfully recover firearms. And then we have something all the way to down to hey, we have information that a family member is concerned about somebody's welfare. Could you please go and see if you can contact them at their house and check on their welfare? And we do those things on a day-to-day basis as well.
Great, thank you. So we're at the point now where I want to talk a little bit about the things that I thought might be of interest for next time. And then I want to open it up that if there's questions about what we talked about or specific things you want to make sure we cover next time, this would be the time. So next time, my plan was to really give you an understanding of some of the training that occurs at the academy level for new hires and the training program for us to bring people that graduate the academy and then to the department to learn how to handle calls for service and do their work in the city of Berkeley specifically. And then also talk about the ongoing continued training that we do for our officers and how we track and identify quality trainings and focus on trainings on areas of need. And the other piece we really want to talk about is the different community outreach that we do. We hit on a couple things that our community service bureau does, but we also have a lot of liaisons that work with the community in different areas. For example, we have a liaison with the LGBTQ community that does outreach in that area. And then one of the things about the size of the police department currently is that we are not such a large department that we staff full-time teams doing specialty work. So you'll see, for example, we might have people that have expertise in analyzing computers for evidence for a crime. Like if somebody had evidence of crime and they erased it. And so we have somebody who has expertise in getting that information back out of a computer, something like that. So we have these specialized jobs that people do that are not maybe part of our everyday work, but that people have. Some of our other specialized programs include we are forming a bike response team that could help facilitate peaceful protests or peaceful demonstrations. And we found that bikes are very effective for helping a crowd move safely through the streets and block streets and things like that. But we certainly don't have the personnel to staff that full time. So that's something that we would staff as a specialized program. And then we also wanted to talk about the different partnerships that we have with the community and all the different committees and task force and groups that we work with in the community to really stay engaged in the things that the community is interested in. So that was where I was anticipating going next time. I've already got on my list to talk about budget, but I'm really interested in either answering questions. Lieutenant Turner and I are happy to answer any questions, but also hear whether there's a different direction you want us to go or something you want us to talk more about.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, questions, Commissioner Lindhei.
Chief, one of the things that mere mortals don't understand is how police staff. And I was wondering at some point if you can explain, I don't know whether Berkeley uses a 5-to-1 or a 6-to-1 formula, but if you could explain how many officers it takes to staff a minimum amount of people filling beats. And also, so for example, on a 5-to-1 and you have 18 beats, you would need 90 officers. It doesn't seem in your chart that you even have 90 officers in patrol. And I was wondering if you can explain that and explain how staffing works and how few officers that are needed at any point in time, given the current, let's say, staffing approach, and whether or not really there's a need for 18 beats or whether the department could go down to some substantially lower number of beats and therefore need some substantially lower number of officers. So if you could sort of walk us through some of this next time, I think that would be really interesting.
Okay, I can talk a little bit about it now, and certainly we can add a great amount more detail in the future. But just to kind of give you some numbers, we have 7 patrol teams, and they cover the street 24/7. And of those 7 teams, each of those teams is staffed with between 10 and 11 officers and 2 sergeants, right? So we have a good span of control. A lieutenant oversees 2 teams at a time. And our patrol number, our ideal number, is somewhere between 73 and 78, depending on how our staffing levels look. But that allows us to have the coverage I just described. And we do have, as part of our MOU or contractual agreement with the police union, set numbers of minimum staffing that we've identified as safe numbers to have out on patrol. I will say, though, what we do overlay is setting the size of beats tied closely to the calls for service. So you'll see a bigger beat boundary in an area that has less calls for service. And where calls are more dense and densely occurring, like in downtown Berkeley, you'll see a smaller beat so that that officer doesn't become overwhelmed trying to answer all the calls for service on their beat. But we do tie the number of officers out with both the areas of the calls for service, but also the rate of calls for service. So for the most part, you have a very robust coverage of officers to cover all those beats. During the hours of 2 in the morning to 6 in the morning, you'll see less officer coverage just because the calls for service are lower. So we do connect the volume of calls for service with how many officers we have on at a time. And some of this will be talked about in the auditor's report too, about the levels of calls for service and when those calls for service happen in that kind of detail.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chima.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. I was particularly interested in CIT, and if folks from your department attend the international CIT trainings. I did that last year and found it extremely helpful. Some time ago, I guess it was in 2013 or something, the CIT was put under, I thought, a particular unit that did the training. Can you share with us next time how CIT is done? Is it really only 8 hours? Or are you thinking about expanding that program? Just tell us more about the CIT issue, because that plays out, we need our officers to be very well trained in that. Thank you.
Of course. And yeah, absolutely. I can share quite a bit of detail about that, and we'll add that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fine.
Yes, I wanted to ask about the liaison with the LGBT community. And I wanted to know if you could talk about that and if there are policies and procedures that have been developed in order for policing interactions with people from the community and how that got started.
Lieutenant Turner, you want to take that one?
Yeah, I actually am our LGBT liaison, and have been for a number of years. We're available. There's actually somebody else as well, Officer Ethel Wilson. We're available to connect with the community and be available to answer questions, to make connections with the community when needed. I could bring forth next time more information about the training that we received, some of the activities we participated in, things like that. If you would like next time, I can do that.
Yeah, I want to know, do you actually have any policies in place for what to do, for instance, if you are a police officer and you're interacting with somebody who's transgender, or where the department is at in terms of any kind of issues that have come up in that community?
Oh, go ahead, Chief, please.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We have policies. We actually, that is something that we want to do, is to put on a training more specific to that topic.
Yeah, and we do have some specific policies where some of that's discussed, and we can certainly provide copies of that when we come back around next time.
Commissioner Ghosh.
Hi, my question was about the relationship between patrol officers and the traffic enforcement folks and parking folks. I think one of the things we heard is that parking enforcement officers will call on patrol officers. I may not be using all the terms correctly, but basically calling for backup. And one of the things I'd like to understand is why they're calling and how often they're calling and what kind of escalation we're seeing. Because it actually, sort of breaks my heart that folks who are just doing parking enforcement feel that they're in danger. And I would like all of us to think about ways in which parking does not become an issue where we're having to call on your resources, on officers with guns to resolve a parking issue. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what the relationship is between
Right.
traffic enforcement, parking enforcement, patrol officers, and what the reasons are for
Okay.
the call. Yeah.
So a sworn officer can conduct both a traffic violation, what we call a moving citation, and also do parking citations. So sometimes patrol officers will write parking tickets for things. Our parking enforcement officers work out of the traffic division. So they're in the same building with our motor officers who do very specific traffic investigations. Like if there's an injury accident, they handle the case and do the follow-on on that. They collect statistical data on traffic accidents. And then the motor officers are also responsible for ensuring traffic safety as best they can in the city. Now, the situations where there's an interplay between the parking enforcement and either a beat officer or a traffic officer occurs in great part because they're patrolling the same areas. And so covering the same geographical area, the parking enforcement is focused on parking violations, meter violations, things like that. And do not engage a vehicle if there's somebody in the car, right? They typically won't. Sometimes they, depending on the comfort level, they will. But what you will see happen sometimes is as they're writing a ticket, the person who owns the car comes up and doesn't either agree with the fact that it's a violation or doesn't want a ticket or, any other myriad reasons is unhappy with what's happening. And if most of the time, or some of the time, the parking enforcement officer may be able to handle it or just drive away. Sometimes it gets to the point where they feel threatened or that they need some more assistance. And that's when, using the same radio that we're on, they would call and ask for assistance. I don't have data. I can see if there's data available for how often they've called for that kind of assistance. I'd say anecdotally, it's not an everyday thing, but maybe a couple times a month type of thing. Again, and that's very anecdotal, but I will see if I can get, I think they could probably give better anecdotal information than I can, and I can get that for you for next time.
I just want to say anecdotal is fine, but also some numbers would be super helpful.
Commissioner Opton.
Hello. I have a couple of questions or more that I'd like to ask, but I think it'll be more efficient for you all and for us if I put them in writing and send them by email with copies to the task force. Would that be all right?
That's okay with me. And if it works for everybody, maybe I come back when I come back in May. We just leave some space in my presentation to answer questions that come from the group.
That would be good.
And Chair Mizell, I'll just add, if folks do want to adopt a similar orientation as task force member Opton and send questions to us, we can absolutely compile them for the chief so she can have one set of questions as they come in to work from, and she can peel through those over the course of the presentations as well. So we're happy to do that if that works for everybody.
Thank you. Commissioner Malvito.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for being here with us today and speaking, sharing this information with us. I just wanted to ask you specifically if there was anyone in the police department that was working with community, the Latino community specifically, that was specifically assigned to them. Is there someone who speaks Spanish within the department that is in charge or managing relationships with the Latino community, so that we're building those bridges? Just wondering if that's happening.
Yeah, we have quite a few bilingual officers, speak many languages, and also have a couple folks that do sign. I would absolutely say that we need to have better connections to our affected communities, and that's something I'd love to see us work on. We don't currently have an identified liaison officer with the Latinx community, and would be very thrilled to be able to establish something to do that.
Great, thank you. And I'm just speaking, I work with Latinos Unidos de Berkeley, and we work with a lot of folks in Berkeley who are Latinos and immigrants and monolingual Spanish speaking in particular, that would love to just demystify what the police department is and what the relationship is to the community and what they do. So we would definitely welcome something like that outside of this.
Thank you. Commissioner Lutzker.
Hi there, and thanks for being here, Chief. I guess two questions. First is I'd like to follow up on Commissioner Ghosh's question about traffic and patrol. And I'm just wondering if this data is going to come from the auditor, then don't worry about it. But something I'd like to know is about the proportion of stops, of traffic stops that are done by the traffic division versus done by patrol or other officers. So that's data I would like to have. And then the other thing that I think would be helpful for me to know about is what relationships you have with other departments in the city. What other city departments rely or call on BPD for assistance with different events, and kind of which parts of BPD are involved with that. And then also a question about data sharing, what kind of data sharing is routine and commonly given to different other departments in the city, like what kind of data is BPD sharing with Health and Human Services on the number of homeless individuals who are who the BPD is interacting with, and what are the issues that BPD is seeing, and how could Health and Human Services help that? Or with traffic, what kind of data sharing is there around collisions, and what are the causes of collisions, and who's involved? And then, what kind of feedback and data sharing is there between city departments? Thank you.
Okay, let me start with the last piece that you mentioned first. That's very much what I sort of was trying to describe in my community engagement line on that last slide I shared. We'll plan to come back and talk about how we work with parks and how we work with public works and those different departments and Health and Human Services, and how we collaborate and work and share information. So that will be a big piece of what we talk about next time. And I'm not sure that the auditor's report broke down stops by motor officers versus a patrol officer, but that is information that's available. And what I can do is I know that Nick Jr. has a similar data request that the auditor's office did, and be looking at some of our data. I can make sure they know that specific piece of information is important, so that we'll figure out a way to get to it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, so I had a question in regards to similar to the trainings around the LGBTQ community. Is there any trainings or is there any, I guess, engagement that you guys do with low income communities in the Bay Area that have seen higher crime rates, or that deal, I guess, with more organized or criminal activity, with those folks to try to bridge or build community and try to work through some of those issues? That's my first one. And the second question is can you explain in more detail the limitation, if there are any, to like suspicion calls. So like if you call someone, is there a general broadness? Can it be as vague and broad as possible? Like, you know, saying someone who is a Mexican male who is at a certain height, or does it have to be like fitted description of their clothes, what they're wearing, you know, and kind of trying to figure out, you know, how do you guys manage that? And, you know, some of those, I guess, is there like any bias trainings around those as well and things like that?
Okay. Your first question had to do with about us reaching out to different communities that are affected. I will say one of the biggest challenges I've faced in my entire career is finding good avenues to make meaningful connections with the community. And we are always looking for good ways to connect to the community. And like I said earlier about the Latinx community, we'd be thrilled to have stronger partnerships. Sometimes as we do our work, we don't really know how to connect into communities that they're really interested in hearing from us. And I'm really hopeful that some of this work will help bring some light to the different ways we can all kind of connect better as a whole community. I think that's certainly somewhere that is an area of opportunity for us. As far as the questions you had about the limitations or around suspicious calls or suspicious persons, it sounded a little bit like you were asking a question about profiling by proxy. I'm not sure if that's where you were going with it, but about whether someone could just call and say a Hispanic male of a certain height looks suspicious in my neighborhood, come deal with them. Is that what you were asking about? I can speak to that a little bit, but I can also speak to the level of detail that we might want or need before we made an information-based stop. Do you want me to talk about both, or was there a specific focus you were looking for?
Yeah, I was just looking kind of to get like just a broad, like general overall, like how do you handle it? Also, what are like, you know, those limitations that you guys also have when responding, right, and answering, taking calls?
So the profiling by proxy is something that we are aware of it and take very seriously. Our dispatchers have information about it. So if someone calls in and reports something happened that they call suspicious, we require them to tell us what's suspicious about it and that there be some nexus to a crime. Saying that somebody looks wrong in the neighborhood, or, you know, they just don't fit, or, you know, that's not describing criminal behavior. We have a system in place where that's basically vetted by supervisors before we would even send officers out to investigate that. And what we're looking for is some nexus to a crime, not just a description of a person. As far as suspects' descriptions, sometimes information that we get from callers is only as detailed as the caller is able to give us. So they see a suspicious person in their backyard, they think that person's race is light skinned, something like that. An officer responds to that area and sees, you know, somebody that matches that description. There's a potential that they will stop them based on a much leaner description than we might otherwise like to have with more detail. And that's just sometimes based on the nature of what the witness or the victim sees. They don't have more information to give us.
Commissioner Harder.
Thank you. I'd like to hear about, and I don't know if you'll be able to speak to this now or if you'd rather speak to it when you come back, either way, how your department, both internally and externally, reacts and changes, or if you do not change, when there are acts of officer violence, such as recently when Vincent Bryant was shot through the mouth during a mental health crisis. I want to know how you guys react to that, because as a citizen and as a community member, I would like to think that the police department does some kind of reorganizing or reshuffling or something when somebody is shot in the mouth during a mental health crisis.
I will say that part of every call that we go to, whether it's big or small, we reflect on it. And sometimes that's as I won't say little, but as quick as the next day in briefing, officers will talk about the call that happened the day before and what could have been done differently and better. By the very nature of the work we do, we are always trying to improve and hear from the community about things we could do differently, reflect with each other about what we could do differently. That's why we debrief and really take a look at and really focus on not using it as an opportunity to just pat everybody on the back and say, wow, we all left safely or we all did whatever, but to really say, there's always room for improvement. What could we do different? What could we do better? And really try to address that. Our instructors in our training program is always really focused on taking either real world instances that happen either locally or nationally or internationally, and talking through them and kind of identifying what we would have done or could have done differently or better in those situations, and then training on those things. And that training can include, watching a video and talking about it, or doing a scenario, or trying to bring in instructors or classes that focus on those issues. So certainly there's always room for improvement.
Commissioner Dangerfield.
Thank you. I want to first thank you, of course, for being here, Chief, and all of the input and information you've given so far has been really rather enlightening and I think helpful. You said something, though, that I'd like to follow up on, and that is about impacted communities and outreach. And I wonder how much effort and commitment has been committed, if you will, and will be committed to recruiting officers from Berkeley who are from impacted communities as police officers, as a strategy to increase some of that outreach and to improve the effectiveness of the outreach. Because it seems to me that if you have a collection of officers who don't live in the city, who are unfamiliar with its, if you will, comings and goings as just ordinary citizens walking about their days without being police officers, that is a very difficult thing. That is the outreach part of it. How much thought and energy is going into that recruitment?
I'd say quite a bit. One of our recruitment strategies has always been to not only reflect our diverse community, but to also hire from our community. And next meeting that we present, Lieutenant Matt McGee will be here. He's our liaison. You've seen him at a couple of your other meetings. I'm going to ask him to talk about the Pathways Project, which is a connection that we have with the high school, which is a way for high school students to become aware of the work that we do and really get to know, and maybe we hope embrace this career as a way to serve their community. And so absolutely, it's something that we're aware of, and that our recruitment and hiring efforts focus on trying to gather people from our community.
Thank you. And I have one last question. How many transgender officers does the Berkeley Police Department have?
So I don't want to speak for someone else's identification.
I understand that.
Right. And so I don't have anyone currently on our staff that currently identifies as trans.
I think that was the question, and I appreciate your clarifying. I should have asked how many people are identified as such. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Dangerfield, no big issue, but for your next question, if you use the raise hand function, that would be very helpful. Commissioner Fine.
If I might, Chair Mizell, I don't see in my gallery an ability to do that. So I don't see a reactions button, or I wouldn't have raised my hand. So just so you know, I didn't see one.
All right, okay, yeah, thank you. Hopefully we can figure that out. Commissioner Fine.
Thank you very much. I would say at the outset, I am really impressed by the presentation and how you've outlined the department, but I really think an overarching thing is with the policing needs to be linked to mental health and substance use too, because ultimately I'm hoping to see a reduction in policing and an increase in mental health treatment. And that is part of the reimagining. But in preparation for this, I looked up the Berkeley Police Department's General Order C-66 that was issued on January 24th, 2013. It's the Crisis Intervention Team, and it has 18 different items on it. And I'm wondering next time maybe you could talk about that and how it's used and what each officer is doing in terms of being prepared in the field. It does cover in number 16, the mobile crisis unit, but what I'm wondering is what is your collaboration with the Division of Mental Health And in that collaboration, not just the mobile crisis team, but for instance, Covenant House, the homeless youth who are receiving mental health treatment, do you have any interaction with them? And I'm also wondering how you deal with the substance use issues as well.
Okay, great. I took notes on all that, and we can cover that when we come back.
Commissioner Diaz?
Chair Mizell, I just wanted to interrupt. I just want to be a little mindful of time. This evening it's 7:30 now, and I know we have a lot on the agenda, so I just wanted to check in with you about where you're at with the rest of the evening and timing.
Yeah, I was thinking about 7:30, so I thought, one more question probably okay. Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my last question was going to be revolving around in what ways does BPD deal with like gang activity in Berkeley? How does it address it? I know that was a big issue as well.
Okay, yeah, quite a bit of information I can share about that, but in the interest of preserving time, we'll come back with something detailed to share with you. And thank you very much for all the great feedback on where you want to see this go. So happy to gather that information for everybody.
Yes, thank you, Interim Chief Lewis. I did personally appreciate the clarity of your presentation and answers. Sometimes it can feel a little elusive with the department, but really do appreciate that, and look forward to seeing you here again in May.
Great, thank you.
Okay, moving on in the agenda, I believe moving to Fire Chief Brannigan in his presentation in terms of the Priority Dispatch Center and our current dispatch center and its operations. Chief Brannigan.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Chair Mizell, commissioners. My name is Dave Brannigan. I'm your fire chief here in Berkeley. And we're going to discuss tonight the process we've undertaken around prioritized dispatching. And one thing I want to point out is that we had embarked on this from the fire and emergency medical services side several years ago, identifying the need to catch up with industry standard and best practices. And then we're dovetailing this into reimagining public safety because of the interest in transitioning some of the responses to mental health care and other lower acuity medical calls. And we think this will dovetail in nicely. So let me share my screen with you, and I can get going on where we have gone already as staff, and then how we see this fitting in with this process and the input we're going to hopefully the information we're going to be able to give you, and taking any feedback on where to take the process next. Give me 1 second to launch this. There we go. Okay, so prioritized dispatching. As I said, we're talking about how we got here, what we've done so far. There are some technical issues. There are some very specific systems that we have to use for a variety of reasons. So we're going to be assessing those. And then talking about how it fits in with the community process. And the really important piece is, regardless of the system that we choose as a community to use for prioritized dispatching, how we choose, what resources we choose to then dispatch are the place where it's really going to intersect nicely with this work we're doing here. Whether it's fire apparatus, EMS, and ambulances, which we do in Berkeley have under the fire department, whether it's the SCU, as however that develops, whether it's police, it's all going to come down and prioritize into the solutions that we come up through this group. So when we launched this, like I said, we started with fire and EMS, but we realized, of course, our dispatch center is under the police department right now, and there is intense and good training on the police side. They do a lot of very specialized work, and on the fire and EMS side, it's been a lot of basic information collection and just sending everybody. We send an ambulance, we send an engine, code 3 license sirens. Let's get there fast and see what happens. So we want to be able to expand in a more efficient way, rather than sending all those services and adding complete companies of personnel in the future. But also, if we have a higher level of training and certification in our dispatch center, those call takers and the dispatchers can then sort out and prioritize the needs and send a different tier of resources. As of now, we are looking at a multi-year implementation, the first step of which would be figuring out what we want to do, how we want to do it, and what resources we want to send, followed by the actual purchasing and build out of a system, equipment, addition of personnel, training to implement this priority dispatching, and then have that married up with the work we're doing in this group. So as we operate now, we have a unified police and fire dispatch center. We send everybody as fast as possible on the fire and EMS side. On the police side, they're much more granular, much more able to determine further details in the comm center than we do on the fire side. The other thing is we are actually required by Alameda County EMS. So on the medical side of things for our paramedic service and our ambulance service, we fall under the county EMS agency as our regulatory agency. And we do have a contract with them that requires us to have medical dispatch instructions at this point. So what happens now when a medical call comes into our dispatch center, our dispatchers take it, determine it's a medical, transfer that call to Alameda County Fire's dispatch center where they do medical prioritized dispatching. And they give those instructions to the caller. So if somebody needs to know how to do CPR, they'll give them those instructions over the phone. Meanwhile, our dispatch center sends our fire and EMS agency. So where we want to go, we want to have a highly trained and specialized EMS dispatch service that allows us to send the right resources to the right calls. And we want the two-tiered system that we have now where we transfer calls to another agency is both cumbersome and confusing for the caller. I think in those moments of emergency when they're calling 911 for help, to know that the resource is on its way is great, but then to be transferred to talk to somebody else and re-explain everything you just explained is cumbersome and confusing, and we don't want to. We want to improve the experience that people calling 911 have. We already discussed some of this background, and again, so the voters generously passed Measure FF this year, and one of the things that we have identified in there is both an expansion of our EMS services, but also prioritized dispatch. So when we look at how we move forward, we do plan on proposing some use of the Measure FF budget to leverage this project, but also as we look at reimagining public safety, whatever resources are found in this process or created in this process, we also hope to use to enhance the dispatch program. And overall, investing in our dispatch center will allow us to be more efficient in our responders, both on the police, fire, and EMS side. So when we were looking at FF coming on the ballot, and also that dovetailed nicely with the work that the council tasked the city manager with to start working on this reimagining while the task force was being assembled, we decided to identify the stakeholders on the dispatch side of things specifically. And the color coding in this chart, green are our public and elected and appointed stakeholders. Blue is our representation of our internal staff stakeholders, and I will call that orange is our outside partners. And dispatch does impact and has a lot to do with outside agencies. So we wanted to engage with all of them, and we started that process even before the task force was created so that we could come to you now with progress and then have your input and questions really guide us from here on out. So we did focus groups, and you don't try to read all the little green boxes. This is just a demonstration of a product when we did focus groups. And this was with firefighters, it was with police, it was with our paramedics, it was with dispatchers. And we've done some work with some of the commissions that are impacted as well. So through this, we determined there were 3 major areas of need to be addressed. That we've identified so far: facilities, leadership, and training in the dispatch center that all need to be addressed as part of reimagining public safety. So we'll talk about all of those a little bit. First of all, as you've heard, dispatchers take the call from 911. they, on the police side, do all kinds of digging and research and give support to the officers in the field. And it's a real dialogue with police and the comm center. Situations change rapidly, and they have to be heavily focused on that. On the fire and EMS side, we don't have that same level of intense interaction all the time. We will as we add prioritized dispatching, but it only takes 1 or 2 dispatchers at any given time. Now, if we go to a prioritized medical dispatching, that's going to change, where we will have a much more intense commitment from a dispatcher on every given call. So it's going to take improvements to the facility, technology, through the dispatch system. And we can probably figure out ways to expand into existing space, but we don't even have a backup dispatch center at this point that can be turned on at the drop of a hat. So we're looking at substantial facility improvements over the long term. In terms of leadership and management, I'm going to say back in the day, and I mean that to be before 1995 or so, we had fire and EMS representation in the dispatch center, and that changed at some point. What results is dispatchers having to work directly over the radio or over the phone with our battalion chiefs in an inefficient manner. So as we get in there and start doing medical dispatching, there's a whole level of quality improvement and management and questions that need to take place. So we're looking to have some fire and EMS leadership as well as police leadership in the comm center. A big issue we have right now is training. Training resources are difficult for the dispatchers. Our industry, our call response model is changing regularly, and it's very difficult to have the time and funding to pull dispatchers off of the board and have them work on new things. So we're also looking at the need to identify that. And a lot of this will come through the resources we're going to be looking for down the road. So through our research, and mind you, this has been going on for about 4 years at this point, since about 2017, we have done a lot of national work in terms of what prioritized dispatching systems are out there. We are, at this point, the county uses what we call medical priority dispatching, MPDS. Our contract does name that specifically. The county EMS agency is very open to alternative systems should we really see that need as a community. But the pros of that system are that it's standardized and used in Alameda County. The downside is that it's expensive and it's heavily scripted. So when we look at prioritized dispatching, I think it's important as we reimagine how we do all of these things to be able to be flexible. And so if we have a heavily scripted and really fixed system, the upside is consistency of data. We can compare ourselves to other agencies using that data and using those systems. The downside is we can't change it to meet the needs of our community specifically. And if we're really looking at an upheaval and a change in response and how we do business, we may want to have more of a malleable system that we can make our own. And that leads us to criteria-based dispatching. King County in Seattle is widely known as one of the most progressive and forward-thinking EMS agencies in the country. We've looked at systems in Texas and North Carolina where they also do a lot of this. And we in combination, when I say we had a group of fire and EMS folks, management, as well as dispatch and police looking at this, traveling all over the country a few years ago and really engaging with these agencies. So criteria-based dispatching is the Seattle King County model. We actually already purchased the licensing for that back in 2017. It was inexpensive and it's a public agency that had a grant to license it out. The grant was expiring, so we paid the $10,000 fee out of the fire department budget just to lock in case we decided to go with that someday. The dispatchers agreed it would be a good system for them. It's not standardized, so they provide the framework and the training, but we could sort of make it our own system and have our own criteria. So we've heavily favored this. The downside is it's not standardized, right? Like I said, we all care a lot about the data and analysis and making sure we're doing the right things. And it's harder to compare criteria-based dispatching to other agencies because of that. A long-term goal, which we don't actually think is a reasonable consideration at this time because of the cost and the need, would be to actually have telemedicine in the dispatch center. So much like you would call an advice line at Kaiser or another medical agency right now, in the long term, if we could have nurse practitioners or physicians staffing a call center and actually giving medical advice and diverting patients to other places from the dispatch center alone, that would be great. I think that's far more expensive and has too many hurdles to even really consider realistically right now. But I think it's important to remember as we move through this process that we don't have medical professionals in the dispatch center. We're talking about being able to sort out things. One thing before we wrap up that I really want to talk about is one of my concerns that I hope we can explore as a group together as we move forward is that all of these systems are designed to sort out the acuity of the need of somebody calling 911. So if somebody's having a heart attack, you get a lot of resources really fast. If somebody has stubbed their toe and they call 911, you'll get a slower response from fewer people because we want to keep the most highly trained and effective medical resources available for highly acute calls. My concern with that, and I have never been able to find data yet, although I think it's probably accumulating and we can parse it out. My concern with that is that, again, as Chief Lewis said, anecdotally, we know that our less acute calls come from our poorer communities and communities of color because of the inequities in healthcare, in our healthcare system. So people call to go to the emergency room when they don't have good insurance or when they don't have a regular primary care doctor or when they're more transient and don't have regular access to healthcare. So what I want to be really careful about is that as we're developing this system, we aren't adopting a system that will sort and categorize 911 callers into disparate groups who get a different response and level of care based on their needs created by the larger system. So I would caution all of us as we move forward to this that we're going to be asking for that type of data. We have, we've got an RFP for a consultant to help us design this project, and that is one of the things we've asked for in the RFP is an analysis of how these systems can impact communities of color and less affluent communities. So in terms of our timeline, we wanted to do a lot of work up front to bring you as much information as possible. We have met with multiple commissions, including the Mental Health Commission, the Disaster and Fire Safety Commission, and the Police Review Commission. We're currently, as I said, considering the needs of a prioritized dispatch system in our budget process and through the Measure FF needs, and we have identified some things for the upcoming fiscal year that we'll be proposing to City Council for adoption. Once we bring the project manager on board, that person will be working with us and with you on the next steps. One thing I want to point out is that the selection of the actual system, whether it's criteria-based dispatching or MPDS or some other system, now you I'm sure we'll have questions about this, and I think is largely picking the tool. And I think the real important work that's going to be done with the task force and staff is then what do we do with the tool? Who do we send? Where do we send them? So I'm hopeful that the project manager can really help us facilitate the purchasing and the acquisition of the tool and the plan to implement it, while this body and staff and council are working on now what do we do with this tool where we can sort people who call the dispatch center. So the what happens is, I think, far more important and should be directed by community input in this task force along with staff. So project plan development, we're hoping to conduct from May through the fall. And then as we reevaluate for the next 2 fiscal years, have the big push for this project. All right, so with that, I will wrap it up. That's about where we are right now. We've done a lot of work to get ready for this process in the last few years, and there was a lot of advocacy to get us here. And then this process merged in very nicely. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner? Commissioner Lindheim.
Chief, thank you. I'm unclear how much of what you were talking about relates to the issue of a call coming into dispatch and dispatch trying to figure out how to do triage, especially with regard to mental health calls. And my sense is that dispatch is already overworked, overstressed, at least on the police side. And I'm wondering what kind of conversations you've had or how much study you've done about putting additional burdens or additional stress on dispatch to make calls, whether to send, assuming Berkeley comes up with a more robust non-police response, as to whether to send, let's say, trained social workers to a situation as opposed to police, and knowing when a situation is dangerous and when a situation is not. And let me just say one more thing and then I'll just be quiet. I don't know if you are familiar with the situation in Dallas with Right Care, where they actually have a psychiatric social worker in dispatch itself, and whether you think that's maybe a useful idea or not.
Yeah, thank you for all of those questions. To address that last piece, there are both Dallas and other agencies where there are medical professionals in the dispatch center. And that's a little bit the last piece I had put on the chart of the different options. I think it's definitely part of what needs to be talked about. And if we can make something like that happen, I think it'd be very effective. As in terms of the workload and the process by which dispatchers would do this work, that's a great question. And I know I've been speaking largely from the medical dispatch perspective, because that's where my focus has always been. And one of the things we're going to be doing is as the calls come in, the dispatchers using our prioritized dispatch system will run through a script of questions that help them parse out what's the actual situation going on, how severe is it, and I think their expertise on the police side will help them. And this is maybe part of what we need to do into this project is figure out, is there a safety element that we can apply to medical dispatching to determine, do we need to have additional scene safety by having a police officer or some other resource there? So in terms of the workload, we're very mindful of that. We're very concerned about it. There's definitely a challenge with that ahead. And so having appropriate staffing, having full staffing in the communication center is going to be important. I think one thing that will help in that regard is when you become an accredited prioritized dispatch center, I think that brings a lot of additional training and pride, and quite frankly, probably a little more money to the table for the skills that the dispatchers are going to be required to have. So it'll change the nature of the work they're doing. One of the conversations that we've gotten feedback both for and against from the dispatch labor group is whether they want to have all of these responsibilities together, or if they want to separate out and have medical dispatching separate from police dispatching and fire dispatching. So that'll be, I think, as we explore, I think as we break down the walls of how we respond, is it a police call? Is it a fire call? Is it a mental health call? And it's more of a, here's the continuum of resources we have available. The processes we choose and learn from the prioritized dispatching side will impact us across the spectrum of how we dispatch. So it's, right now there's very prescribed ways to do both, police dispatching and medical dispatching. And what I'm hopeful for is that we can create a system where those things complement each other rather than are exclusive of each other.
Great.
Okay, then I actually have a question, Chief. So has there been any, conversation? I'm sure there has been conversation, but in terms of the conversation that has happened, has there been any decision or thoughts about any type of text model or chat box model to kind of filter out what may be the needs in the specific situation, For instance, I know of one project currently at UC Berkeley students. It's called Not the Police. And it's basically just a chat box that will point people to hopefully the right service they may need in every given time, which oftentimes is not the police. So I guess if there's been, any thoughts or discussion on that, and if so, what has been the conclusion so far?
Yeah, that's great. This is why I want to be clear that our process up to now has been what staff knows, which is 911, fire and police and medical dispatching. That type of integrated service is exactly what we're trying to envision with you, and we hope the task force can help us with. I will say, my understanding, again, management of the comm center is under the police department right now, and we're involved somewhat in the new technology they're implementing, one of which is next gen 911, and that in and of itself is going to enable text messaging instead of calling 911. In terms of how the city receives requests for service, I think that's an interesting conversation to have too, because currently, we expect people to call 911 for emergencies, and we have a non-emergency line that they can call for non-emergencies if they want service from police or fire, but they call 311 for other city services. And while we haven't had that conversation in the context of prioritized dispatching, I do think it's a worthwhile conversation of how those two different call centers will collaborate and coordinate, again, along a spectrum rather than in two silos.
Thank you. And yeah, I think they may have been in touch with someone on your staff already, but if not, I'll make sure some conversation can happen.
For sure, yeah.
Commissioner Malvito.
Hi, thank you so much. I wanted to ask, what are some of the challenges that dispatchers, are faced with when it comes to making the determination between a mental health call and, and as a response to one of the calls that they're receiving? Can you walk us through maybe what are some of the things that dispatchers are thinking when something comes in and they're deciding whether or not they're going to assign it to a specific type of call?
Yeah, I think it would be better if I defer that to possibly another meeting where we have a manager from the comm center. Having never dispatched myself, I don't want to speak for their thought process, or even on the police side, their questions or prioritizations. I know on the on the fire and EMS side, they just send the world, right? We get an engine and an ambulance, and I think it would be better if I took that question down and either got it back to you in writing or addressed it at a later meeting.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, commissioners? You have anything, Vice Chair?
No, thank you very much. But I'm very impressed with the way this work is moving forward, and yes, expecting to be fully included as a task force. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Seeing you second time, and both times excellent.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, seeing no questions. Yes, thank you again, Chief. Enjoy the presentation of the PRC, enjoying it now, and look forward for more robust conversation.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me not mute myself. We will now move to our next item, which I think I lost the agenda, but I think it's the very important survey from the Bright Group, and their initial presentation on that, and then our feedback. So I'll let the Bright Group take it away.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ali Hu Win, and I'm here with my colleague, Holly Joshi, and we are senior consultants with the Bright Research Group. Am I able to share my screen in my PowerPoint? Thank you.
Now you should.
All right, I want to make sure everyone's seeing the right slides. Okay. Well, again, good evening, commissioners. My name is Ali Hu Win, and I'm here with my colleague, Holly Joshi. We are senior consultants with Bright Research Group, and we're really glad to be here with you all this evening. As you know, Bright Research Group will be leading the community engagement activities to help the city in achieving a new and transformative model of positive and equitable and community-centered safety for Berkeley. We are a local women of color owned and operated research, evaluation, design, and capacity building firm. We partner with government organizations, foundations, and community-based organizations to center the strengths, needs, and preferences of marginalized communities in public safety, health, philanthropic, and justice initiatives. We've been working with city and county agencies, public health departments around the Bay Area on public health and community safety efforts for over 10 years. So last month, Bright Star Olson, our CEO and principal consultant, presented to you all on the community engagement activities we will be spearheading, the timeline, and the ways in which task force members can engage in these activities. This evening, we are going to be talking about the citywide resident survey. And to do so, we'll be providing a quick mini teach on best practices for survey design, tell you about the plan for disseminating the survey, and then go over the survey tool. Since we have a lot to cover, we do ask that you hold off on any questions and feedback until the end. All right. So before we jump into talking about the survey, I wanted to remind you about who we are as Bright Research Group and our 5 goals for community engagement. So at Bright Research Group, we design forums and tools for community members and residents to have their voices heard. We have 5 goals. The first goal is to evoke empathy for the lived experience of residents and communities among public systems, funders, task force members, and decision makers. Secondly, we create forums for residents to influence government decisions, leveraging faith-based and community-based organizations with strong community ties. Thirdly, we equip decision makers with a more fact-based understanding of the lived experience, preferences, needs, priorities of communities that stand the most to gain from reimagining public safety. Fourthly, we support decision makers by aligning investments, initiatives with the residents' needs and preferences. And lastly, to inform program participants and communities of the City of Berkeley's priorities, constraints, mandates, and decision-making. So I wanted to remind you all about the purpose of the survey as well. So the goal of the survey is to gather resident opinions and support for alternate responses and hear about residents' priorities for reimagining public safety. We will also be assessing resident satisfaction with and perception of Berkeley Police Department and public safety. We really want to make sure that we hear opinions and perspectives from residents across the city of Berkeley. And so our goal for the survey is to hear from 500 Berkeley residents, which is about 50 residents per zip code in Berkeley. I want to be clear with you all that this is not a randomized representative survey. Randomized representative surveys are time and resource intensive. We have about 60K in our community engagement activities budget, and a randomized representative survey usually requires a specialized agency to roll out a survey like that, and would actually cost the whole budget of our community engagement activities. However, the more survey responses we get, the more we will be able to say something about the data, the more insight we can generate from residents' opinions and priorities around reimagining public safety here in the city of Berkeley. So I also want to let you know that Bright Research Group has been working really closely with other key city agencies, stakeholders, researchers, subject matter experts in the design, and will be continue to work with them in the implementation of the community engagement plan and tools. The survey that you all received was designed with the input of the Berkeley City Manager's Office, the Department of Transportation, Berkeley Police Department, other key city agencies, Research Development Associates, RDA, a plain language specialist, and a survey design expert. So I'll tell you a little bit more about why plain language is important in a moment. But I wanted to speak a little bit more about our partnership with RDA. So as just a reminder, RDA is leading community engagement and research for the specialized care units pilot project. And so they're conducting on-the-ground outreach to high priority populations. And so we're coordinating with RDA to leverage each other's research efforts with a goal of gathering high quality data from Berkeley residents. To do so, we've shared with RDA our research questions. We're going to be sharing data with them. We've integrated their questions into our research protocols, our surveys, and then our workshops that will happen with priority populations. And we're also leveraging each other's networks and outreach strategies. We did this to respect the time and expertise of priority populations and community-based organizations we will be partnering with. Want to prevent over-engagement with specific marginalized communities and not overburden CBOs and faith-based organizations who are the gatekeepers or liaisons with community members with too many research requests. So we'll be leveraging RDA's extensive list of CBOs that we can utilize for joint outreach for priority populations and the workshops in the future. Just want to remind you that RDA is also doing targeted outreach to a whole list of priority populations. This includes individuals who have been over-policed, including Black and African Americans, Native Americans, Pacific Islander, Latinx, Asian Americans, people who have experienced mental health crisis, people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, queer and LGBT individuals and families, transgender non-binary individuals, seniors and older adults, transitional age youth, persons with disabilities, victims of domestic violence, people returning to and to the community from prison or jail, veterans, immigrants, and undocumented residents. So they have a whole host of priority populations that they will be engaging with their on-the-ground outreach. So before we take a look at the survey, I wanted to share with you some best practices in survey design that our survey design expert put together. And so just want to, like we've been on the recipient end of a popular opinion survey or a feedback survey. For example, you might have received a newsletter from your neighborhood group to fill out a survey about the city's budget priorities, or even when you call like customer service for your health insurance or your phone company, you receive a survey, right? I would say that all of us have been over surveyed, and there's a challenge in just getting community members and residents to respond to a survey and complete the survey. So these tips and practices is what we use to develop all the community surveys we've done over the last 10 years. so that community members, residents are more likely to take the survey, and we get high quality data that can inform decision making. So let's walk through each of these best practices. And this allows you to understand, have a deeper understanding of how our survey was designed and why it was designed the way it was. So first, we always include an introduction. In our introductions, we want to keep it short and sweet and to the point. We want to highlight the value of a resident's or a community member's feedback and how it will be used. We want the introduction to draw people into taking the survey and letting them know that their voice and insight matters. We keep the questionnaire short, 15 to 20 questions at most. You know, we've all been there taking that long survey with too many questions, and we didn't want to complete it. I've been there. So we want to keep these surveys short, and so that the length and time it takes for a person to take the survey is not a barrier to completion. So the current citywide survey has 20 key questions and 5 additional demographic questions. So we're kind of at that, the longest that and the most number of questions that we feel like it can be at this point. The third thing, best practice around survey design is that we want to keep the important questions at the beginning of the survey. There's something called survey fatigue. So as people are answering questions in a survey, their responses and their accuracy of their responses to reflect their opinions and needs and parties decrease as the survey as throughout the time they're taking the survey. So, you know, as motivation and energy drops, so does the quality of the responses. That's why we keep the most important questions at the beginning. We also really want to make sure that each question informs decision making. Each question has a purpose. In informing the City of Berkeley's decision making on alternative responses and reimagining public safety. We want to make sure that each data point and the results of the survey can be used in this reimagining public safety initiative for the City of Berkeley. We also limit the use of open-ended questions. You know, the purpose of open-ended questions is to allow residents to respond to a question in their own words, to share freely and provide their own experiences, stories, ideas. And typically we find that people may not provide, some people will provide a lot of rich information, and some people might choose to skip those questions or answer 1 or 2 sentences. And so we limit the number of these questions because it does take time for someone to think and provide thoughtful responses. And we put that at the end as well. All right. Next tip is that in terms of demographic questions, you'll see in the survey, we put these as last and as optional. We want to make sure that respondents remain in choice, ensuring about themselves and their identity. And so sometimes, one thing you'll note about this survey is that sometimes you'll find demographic questions in the beginning as a way to screen eligibility. So in this case, we asked about the resident's zip code or whether or not they're currently homeless and living in Berkeley, because we want to make sure that people who take the survey are actually folks who are residing in Berkeley, and that you aren't getting responses from folks living in a totally different state or a neighboring city. So those were some key best practices around survey design, and those are practices that we used in putting together our survey. I also want to tell you a little bit about best practices around question asking in a survey. So when designing the survey questions themselves, we want to use these best practices so that we can accurately arrive at a quantifiable data that will foster learning and information and inform action and decision making. So from our surveys, we want to be able to say something like 8 in 10 Berkeley residents rated the safety issue as very important. So to do that, we design the survey questions in a specific way. So here are some kind of best practices that we follow in designing the questions themselves. So one is that we want to make sure that there is one question per question. And what I mean by this is that we don't want to be asking someone to rate how important is increasing homeless services and traffic safety to them in one question. Because when we go and analyze the data, we don't know if that person is rating the issue as very important, and if that's because homelessness services are important to them or traffic safety is important to them. So usually what we do is ask those questions separately. And then it also allows residents to understand what exactly they're asking and be able to answer authentically about how important that issue is, or be able to respond accurately and be able to respond accurately. In most surveys, you'll see what we call closed choice questions instead of open-ended questions. And this just means that the question has a predefined list of answer options versus allowing people to respond freely. You know, closed choice questions, you've seen them in surveys, they usually have yes or no responses or a Likert scale, which is, you know, like we have one here of how safe do you think Berkeley is? Very safe, safe, neutral, unsafe, very unsafe. Or it's a multiple choice. So this allows us to easily quantify and summarize survey responses, and then in the end, potentially compare by demographics. Another best practice is that we avoid leading questions. When we ask a question in a survey, we want to make sure that we stay neutral in our language and don't want the question itself to suggest a response. We also don't ask for identifying information in the survey, such as someone's name, their phone number, to protect their confidentiality. We find that respondents are less likely to take surveys if we are asking for their personal information. And lastly, I mentioned this, that we shared the survey questions with our plain language specialist, Jennifer Pierce. And she took a look at each survey question to make sure that each question is easy to read, easy to understand, as well as easy to act on or respond to. We find that when there's complexity in a question or jargon, is a barrier for respondents to understand the question, as well as to respond to the question. And this is especially true for those who have lower education levels or English as a second language. So we want to make sure that our survey meets plain language standards. So some plain language standards includes 6th to 8th grade reading level, which is the national average reading level for adults in the United States. What I like to say, we want to make sure it passes the auntie test, which means if I shared the survey questions to my aunt who immigrated here, and English is her second language, would she be able to understand the questions and also respond in an accurate manner? Or will my neighbor who may not have a college education be able to read the questions on the survey and accurately respond? Another standard for plain language is to use familiar words to average community residents and not use jargon or acronyms, and words with more than 3 syllables. And then lastly, to use short sentences. So those are some plain language standards that our plain language expert used when she reviewed through their surveys. All right, so now you know a little bit about the best practices that we used in designing the survey tool, as well as designing the survey questions. So I'm gonna move on to tell you about how the survey is going to be disseminated. And by disseminated, I mean shared with community residents in Berkeley. So again, the goal is that we hear from 500 Berkeley residents and that there is equal representation across zip codes. So I want to remind you that Bright Research Group is not contracted to disseminate the survey, and that City of Berkeley and key stakeholders, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations will be distributing the survey and the survey link. Some key stakeholders who will be helping with this dissemination are people on the Specialized Care Unit Steering Committee, yourselves, the Berkeley Public Safety Task Force members, community-based providers. City of Berkeley staff will also ensure that it is on their website. So their Reimagining Public Safety website, as well as Berkeley Considers. And then City of Berkeley staff will also make sure it is on their social media channels and their listservs. We will also be asking participants in our priority population workshops to also fill out the survey. All right, so now that you know how, who's gonna help disseminate it and where it's gonna be, you might be wondering, what are some tips for how to share the survey link to your existing networks? So if the task force members wish to distribute the survey, we encourage you to use your existing networks, like your neighborhood association listservs, any groups you are on, newsletters, social media. In those posts, those emails to your neighborhood group, I would encourage you to use short introductory language that really draw someone in to take the survey, as well as explain the purpose of the survey. You want to let them know also when is the deadline to complete that survey. And of course, make sure that survey link is clear and bold and folks are able to click through to it. The other important thing that we have found useful in making sure that folks respond to a survey is send reminders. The survey will be open for most likely about a month. And so oftentimes when I'm putting out a survey, we will send a reminder in the midway point and then right before it's going to close. So folks have at least 2 reminders to take that survey. For those who are interested, and this is totally optional, and want to collect surveys in person, we just wanted to share some tips we have in when we collect surveys in person. I know that's a little bit more difficult in this pandemic time, so I do encourage you to practice your public safety, masking, social distance when you collect surveys in person. But when you're thinking about who you want to survey in person. You might want to determine who exactly you want to be reaching. Are these folks in your neighborhood, a specific priority population, people in your zip code, specific demographic? And just think about, like, where do folks hang out? Where do they live? Where do they work? Where do they play? Go to where they are at. And just introduce yourself, who you are as a task force member, and the survey and the purpose of the survey. Ask if they have 7 minutes to take the survey. That's about how long it's going to take this survey. And then I would encourage you to have the survey on your tablet or your phone, and for you to orally administer the survey. And what I mean by that is ask the questions out loud and then have the other person respond, and then you click their responses for them. And when they're done with taking that survey, you can thank them. So that's kind of typically how we've orally and in-person administered surveys. All right. So the last thing before I pass it on to Holly to share with you the survey tool. So I want to let you know that the date of the survey launch and the link is still to be determined. And we're aiming for the end of April. We're waiting for feedback from an approval from the City Berkeley staff and City Council. And as I mentioned before, we're going to leave the survey open for about a month. So if it's at the end of April, we're hoping to leave it open until the end of May. All right. So now I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to pass the mic to Holly to walk through the survey.
Great. Thank you so much, Ali. And thanks everyone for having us. Thank you for taking time to review the survey and for providing such thorough, thoughtful, and robust feedback. I'm Holly Joshi, by the way. We understand that you all are very busy people, and we understand that we're asking a lot of you. So I do appreciate the folks that were able to review the survey ahead of time, and I did receive all of the email feedback and really appreciate your engagement with this important work. As my colleague Ali explained, this survey was created in collaboration with many people. So the survey has seen many iterations to this point, and we are definitely open to additional revisions and really wanted to feel like the right tool for Berkeley. As consultants, we do not have the same background information and detailed level of understanding of the city as all of you do. So we most definitely rely on city staff and community for the correct framing. Again, the current iteration reflects the priorities and feedback from the city staff that have been engaged at this point. I believe City Council will weigh in next after you all, but to Ali's earlier point, the survey was designed based on our understanding that the city was most interested in receiving feedback from the community about their insights into how the community currently feels about the state of public safety and policing in Berkeley, their public safety related priorities, and their ideas about the future of public safety in reimagining. So this survey was specifically designed to answer those particular questions. And if I could share my screen, thank you. I will, we can run through the survey. I know that some of you have seen it, but I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to look at it. With respect to y'all's time and agenda, I won't go, question by question into every detail, but will just point out kind of the big picture here with the survey. So here's the introduction. It covers what we have just covered in terms of what is the point of the particular survey. And this page exit logic that you're seeing here, it comes up a couple of times. Basically, that's just providing, that's showing us what the survey will do based on community responses. For example, this question here, what city of Berkeley zip code do you live in? If they're not selecting any of these choices, then this will basically take them out of the survey. Now, I know that there's been some feedback and there's still some community debate as to whether or not we want this to be specific to Berkeley residents only, or if we would like to include people that live, that work or play in Berkeley. And we are definitely open to whatever the city of Berkeley and community lands on. But for now, this is again a draft and this is what we have. So then the big kind of buckets are really, again, around public perception of overall community safety. And so these are the priority issues that the city wanted feedback on, these specific issues around how safe people are currently feeling in Berkeley, how important these particular issues are to folks, whether or not they, the respondents have been a victim of crime. Have they had contact with the Berkeley Police Department? I know there's been some specific feedback that indicates that you all may want some more specifics about what the nature of that contact was. And again, we're definitely open to those types of edits to this survey. And then these questions are really here to understand the public's current perceptions of the Berkeley Police Department. And they do include specific questions related to perceptions of disparate policing and racial justice. Again, you're seeing the triggers here that exist, basically the survey logic, you know, asking whether or not they believe that there's, you know, disparities in policing. And if they say, depending on their answers, they will, you know, be kicked to this question. So if they believe that there is some type of disparate policing or they're not sure, then they will be prompted to answer questions about which population they think is most likely to be stopped. So as you can see, we have several questions particularly focused on the public perception of Berkeley City. And then we get into the next large chunk of the survey, which is really designed to trigger folks' responses around reimagining public safety. And so we tried to build in some questions that both ask people to reflect on what we understand is currently being considered by the city. And then also, so that's why you see these questions about the police department budget being cut by 50%, because it's our understanding that that's currently what's up for conversation. And then wondering, you know, if they don't support it, you know, why? It's too large, it's not enough, another reason. And then these questions here are designed to understand public priorities about reimagining. With these questions, it was our understanding that the city was interested in gaining info about these specific programs and investments. But again, we've received y'all's feedback and we're definitely open to adding, you know, programs or investment strategies that feel important to ask about in the city of Berkeley. And again, these questions were specific to the city's interest in understanding about responses and alternative responses to mental health and calls related to homelessness. And then as Ali pointed out, we have left the open-ended, more qualitative questions for the end, and wanting people to just have a chance, if they'd like to take that opportunity, to just, you know, speak in their own language without all of the restrictions that quantitative forced choice surveys give them. These specific questions about mental health crisis were given to us by RDA. Again, my colleague Ali explained that we're really trying to work in partnership and collaboration with the other consultants that the city has hired so that we aren't over-researching and over-contacting community. And question 22 is the most open-ended and really provides an attempt to provide space for residents to just reimagine safety on their own terms. And then these last questions are really just about how familiar people feel with the current efforts to reimagine public safety and whether or not people would like further information. We did receive the task force privacy concerns and some very good suggestions around, this question about providing your email address. And I think one of the good suggestions was about actually after question 24, if people indicate that they would like more information, that maybe this triggers them to go, it triggers us to a different, completely different site entirely, so that their email address is not directly connected to the survey data. And then the demographic information, of course, is at the end. We have received your robust feedback about the demographic information, and of course, we're open to incorporating that. One of the pieces of feedback was around opening up the age groups to include even younger folks. So if that's the city's desire, we can definitely do that. We also received feedback around race ethnicity, and we are open to crafting this language in whatever manner feels most appropriate to Berkeley. Gender and gender identity, sexual communication data, and then just getting a more nuanced understanding of what people are experiencing or have experienced. And we did receive your feedback around including a few more important experiences to question 30. And again, we're open to that. So that's the survey. All of these questions, I should say, I'm going to stop sharing. All of these questions, I should say, none of them are forced, actually. People can skip whatever questions they want, and we will add that to the introduction so that people are very clear that they can answer the questions that they feel most comfortable answering and skip the ones that they don't feel like answering. You all did provide a lot of feedback, and I don't know that time will allow me to answer each person's question individually. So I think before maybe opening it up to additional feedback, I can take a couple of minutes to just try and answer on a high level and just kind of thematically based on what I saw on the emails. I did, see, I think it was from Commissioner Opton, questions about the limitations in survey data, and we definitely are in alignment about that. We are in alignment about the importance of asking questions of the community that are going to generate actionable insights. We very much value and are deeply committed to not going into communities and just being extractive, particularly when asking people about such important topics, and particularly when working with marginalized community. I know that you all had questions about who's taking the survey. So like I said, what age groups, what the residency status of the folks are. Those are all very good questions, and people have differing strong feelings here. Again, as your consultants, we're open to you all letting us know what the best decision is for Berkeley. As far as the privacy and data concerns, we have conducted surveys and qualitative data with cities and counties throughout California for over 10 years, and we haven't ever had a data breach or privacy breach or request for our data. But I do understand and appreciate your comments and concerns. And of course, we're willing to work with the city in whatever way is required with regard to the issues of privacy. So we're open to adding whatever language feels appropriate. Around the inclusivity and limitations of the survey, we're aware of and agree with the points about the limitations of survey data, and thus we always incorporate a multidimensional approach to research and community engagement. As you all have pointed out, surveys are almost always not able to reach all people, right? And often, most importantly, do not reach the most marginalized community members and those who are most impacted by policing and issues of public safety, and who have, ultimately the most to gain through our reimagining efforts. And so this is why our overall community engagement plans are highly focused on engaging priority populations. And so to Commissioner Fine's questions about community engagement and priority populations, for the priority populations, we plan to work with community, including direct service organizations, to reach them, as Ali briefly covered. We plan to conduct focus groups and most oftentimes work with direct service providers to plan the best approach to gathering people and sending the invites, to recruitment, Usually when we're not in a pandemic, our preference is to conduct all of our focus groups in person, but obviously things have changed with the pandemic. We've held dozens of successful online focus groups over this past year. So our team is prepared for that. But of course, it's a matter of working with the folks on the ground, doing work in community with priority populations. We lean heavily into them for collaboration and ideas about the best way to engage their populations. So that could include one-on-one phone interviews. In the past, we've been invited to existing support groups that exist within community organizations. For example, if, community-based organization X already has a Thursday group that they believe will allow us to come in contact with a priority population, they'll allow us to come in for 2 hours or an hour and a half during that support group. To the questions about incentives, we always offer incentives for individuals and often offer stipends for the community-based organizations that we partner with as well to facilitate the community conversations, because we understand, especially now, community-based organizations are definitely struggling to stay afloat. We have a growing list of people and community-based organizations that we plan to reach out to, and we can share that with you all if you're interested for your feedback, edits, and additions. Regarding all of the technical and methodological questions, some raised by Commissioner Lindheim and many raised by Commissioner Ledsker. I hope I'm getting your name right. Your points are all well received and appreciated. As Commissioner Ledsker pointed out, there is debate among researchers about the best approach to some things, including Likert scales, whether to include neutral options or not. And we are definitely open to incorporating the vast majority of your edits, including comments about making some questions clearer, such as adding, clarity around whether or not we're asking for people's personal experience or personal preference into the language. There are a few questions that we would just need to run by our plain language people and, of course, ultimately the city staff. The last comment I'll make about some of the feedback, I think I heard you all, it may have been Commissioner Ledsker again commenting earlier this morning about the importance of visioning to reimagining and not just asking people to respond to system or government ideas about what would make Berkeley a safer city. That is absolutely critical. I mean, it's a bit more difficult to do via survey, but we did, try to get people into a visioning space with a few of the qualitative questions. But in focus groups and with priority populations, we spend a significant amount of time visioning and uplifting hopes and creative ideas for the future. And young people are particularly great at this and always provide needed and critical perspectives. So we are looking forward to all of that process with you all. And I will stop there because I know we've been talking a lot and talking at you, and you may have additional feedback or questions. We will try to provide answers to your questions, but we will most definitely write down and take back all of your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open up with one question. And maybe, you have to check with someone for this, but would the Brett Group be willing to have someone who has worked on this survey sit down on a potential subcommittee with folks who have the most interest and expertise in this area? My concern is, as I'm hearing you said, it's well received and many will be incorporated, but we likely won't meet again before this survey is out in the public. And again, I think if we're going to send the survey out about how we're going to change public safety in Berkeley and all of that, I would think this task force would be central in how that survey is ultimately structured. I know you mentioned almost very many groups in the city that you've already spoken to and gotten input from. So I think we deserve more time than we'll have today to discuss it. So would that be a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely a question for the city and maybe David White. our contract, we're flexible in how we spend our hours, but we do have, a limited number of hours. So I will definitely kick that question to the city to answer, and wherever we are needed, we will be.
Thank you. Commissioner Harder.
Thank you. I noticed, I believe yesterday, that a couple of people had sent in responses, like written responses to the survey, and I did not do that. I was expecting to discuss it in person, but also I have a lot of comments, so I'm going to break my comments at least in half and then let other people speak and come back so that I'm not just absolutely railroading this conversation. My first comment is about the zip code question. I've lived in Berkeley my entire life, and I've watched as the Black population has precipitously dropped. And obviously it's really important that we get this survey to Black people and to brown people and the people who are getting gentrified out of our city. A lot of those people still work in this city, still spend time in this city, still have family in this city. And I think it's really, really important that we include people who used to live here, people who work here, because in my opinion, it's not just about citizens of Berkeley, because the idea of citizenry is inherently exclusive. And it's more about the community of Berkeley that we're trying to serve. And so I think if we're trying to serve the community of Berkeley, we can't just relegate it to people who can demarcate their acceptable zip code. Then in question 12, it says, which population do you think is the highest risk of experiencing police violence in Berkeley? And I understand the intentionality behind that question. It feels a little weird to me to have people just kind of putting a guess out there, particularly when we already have data about that can answer that question. And we know that it's Black people that are most highly targeted by the police because we have these reports. But I understand the point of gauging public perception, but also just like underscoring that like we don't need them to guess, right? Because we know for a fact what they're doing. And that being said, I feel like, and I don't know if any of these questions allowed you to click multiple. Normally you see like the square boxes when you can choose multiple options. So I'm operating under the assumption that you can't choose multiple options. For this question, I feel like it might be worth it to allow people to choose multiple options just so that they're not arbitrarily choosing one ethnic or racial group, even if they have in mind multiple that they believe are being targeted. Question 13, it says the city council is considering reducing the police department budget by 50%. That wording is a little concerning to me because the omnibus bill passed the city council. So in my opinion, it's not so much that the city council is considering, it's more so that the city council voted and committed. And I think that language is incredibly important in terms of communicating what's actually happening to our Berkeley community. 15, I feel like it would be nice to have other and allow people to like write in their ideas about what the city needs. And I will cut it and let other people speak and come back after 18, which is please share examples of how the police department has worked well in your community. I completely understand that adding more questions is not ideal right now, but I do feel that if we're soliciting people's positive experiences, we should have a corresponding question soliciting negative experiences, because obviously we want to hear both and they're both equally valid. And I think it's very important to get both perspectives. And I have comments on some of the demographic stuff, but I'm gonna let other people talk because I just did a lot of chatting. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I'd say I agree with you fully on pretty much everything. And, I would really stress, that wording on the question, considering reducing, it's not accurate. It's simply not accurate. We're here because we are committed to the goal of reducing the budget by 50%. We're working to find our way there. I know that's probably just an oversight. And then, yeah, if we're going to have question 18, there has to be a question that asks the opposite question. If not, we're going to have a survey with everyone who has a good experience and no negative experiences to compare it with, which will likely skew how people perceive the entire survey. But I'll move to Commissioner Fine.
Sure, myself. I'd like to open up an important discussion. Both you and task member Harder have raised some really interesting points. And I think it's important we take a moment to reflect on the action taken by council. And I'm not here to advocate one way or the other. more to point everyone to the specific wording that they use. And so I'll point out two pieces of data for you to look at, and how this task force chooses to embrace that language is obviously up to you. But when you look at the annotated agenda that City Council adopted, it's very clear in that annotated agenda that it says, refer to the public safety reimagining process, the goal of reducing the Berkeley Police Department budget by 50%. So we're really using the words that Council acted on and adopted, and that's the same thing with you look at the enabling legislation. So I just really want to encourage our focus is accuracy of words that are pointed to publicly, and that's what our effort is around that. And I do appreciate the discussion on that, but I just want to really center it on very specific wording that Council took action on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. White. I would think go would be an objective, so something more than consider, I would think, but again, we don't have to get into the weeds. Commissioner Fine?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the questions that are being presented and equitably asking questions about communities that are over-policed and experience police violence. And I don't see one question with the LGBT community. And it deeply concerns me. And I'm going to tell you why. I went through your qualifications in every resume when I saw you were doing the work, and I can't find anything on them with LGBT that showing what your capacity is. And I also went through every publication on the National Institute's website and couldn't find it there. And I believe you may have it, but I haven't seen it. And so I do owe a lot of credit to Boona Chima and David White for the demographic choices that were put into the survey, because they were really responsive and put in a lot of nuance and included gender and sexuality. And in addition to that, I'm on the SCU, and those 90 to 100 organizations, I worked with people in order to ensure there's a real diverse number of them, including doing outreach to the LGBT community. But if you look at the Berkeley community, 32% of the homeless youth at Covenant House, at the youth shelter, are LGBT youth. And they only represent maybe 4 or 6% of the population. And at the same time, there was a death in custody with the police about 7 years ago, and there's been ongoing litigation that's still going on at the Ninth Circuit level, Court of Appeals. And there's a great deal of mistrust, and there's just been a really, really horrible, hard time around this. And it's critical to have 1 or 2 questions that allow people to respond as to whether they've had those interactions with the police, and also to have the opportunity to say if they've been in a mental health crisis and if that was a factor in it. You know, I'm more than happy to put together resources or anything I can do to show these levels of over-policing and police abuse, because they exist. And those communities are also over-incarcerated as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. I know you're contracted to do Black residents, homeless, formerly incarcerated, and youth, but that doesn't break down into LGBT people or people with serious mental illness and substance use. And I think that's what's at the heart of it. And I'm hoping to see a revision to the survey. And I actually don't even know if those are going to be separate surveys either.
Thank you. I just want to respond very, very briefly. I know we're not going to make any decisions, but the only thing I wanted to point out is that we take a very intersectional stance in our research. And so we completely hear you, and we understand that most oftentimes when we're talking about over-policing and we're talking about mental health crises handled by the police in ways that are not helpful, and we're talking about homelessness, we're most often talking about intersectionality, and it's still usually intersecting with people of color, Black residents, Latinos, immigrants, et cetera. And so we don't necessarily see those things separately. I do take your feedback, and I really
I want to say one thing. Most of the people I'm talking about are people of color, and most of them are poor, but gender and sexuality is policed differently than heterosexual policing. And for that reason is why that distinction needs to be made. And just in a presentation I was in a week ago, we asked it specifically of LGBT, and what do you know, 2 people spoke up and said, I am so glad you asked that, because now I feel like I can really answer the question. And they were both Black.
Thank you, Commissioner Fine. We really appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I'd mentioned there are numerous studies that go into policing that specifically show the differences in experiences of LGBTQ persons and how police interact differently with them. So that's out there in the public. Commissioner Malvito.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the feedback on the questions from Commissioner Fine and Commissioner Harger, and also on the email chains that we all received, describing some of the changes. I don't really want to get into that piece. I think other folks with a lot of experience and expertise can dive into that. But my question is more on the dissemination of it. I'm so glad to hear that there is a practice of providing stipends to not only individuals who are taking the survey, but also to the organizations disseminating. And I guess my first question, and I'm sure it can be answered quickly, is what is the stipend look like for individuals? Like, what's the budget for that look like, so that we can start thinking about that? And then I'll get into my next question afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, we can bring that decision back to you later, just because it really depends on the number of individuals that are going to be coming to each focus group. But normally we are providing between $50 and $75 for about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes of engagement for individuals. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also mentioned earlier that there was a list of stakeholders or partners that you were thinking about reaching out to, which I think is really good. But I think, I'm just wondering, it's going to be a lot of work just to get this survey out to the community. Just from us, just as we could use COVID as a good way to look at it, like technology access has been a huge barrier for a lot of communities, especially elders and people who are experiencing, who are close to poverty at a much higher level, and the Latino community as well, as like language barriers and stuff. And there's a lot of work that goes into, calling and even doing it in person. And I'm wondering if someone in the Bright Research Group, I know you mentioned earlier that there are the specific hours that you're allotted to support, but is there going to be like sort of a support or retainer that you guys are offering to the stakeholder organizations that are going to be doing this work, so that you can provide technical support, or you can come and, provide an overview of what that's going to look like, so that organizations are, fully brought up to speed and are able to share this information with the community? I guess that's my question. What kind of resources are you offering community stakeholder organizations?
I think I understand. I think I have got the gist of your question, and I'll try to answer. But if I'm leaving anything out, please ask again. Most oftentimes, if we're going to work with a community-based organization, it's really just for one focus group. So not to downplay the lift of one focus group, it can be a heavy lift just to try to get 10 to 12 people at a focus group. But normally that's what the ask is. So we're asking them, do they have an existing focus group that we could come in and take over? Or could they help us gather people, send out an email, or make phone calls to their existing clients? Of course, with faith-based organizations, they have services. So it really depends on the community-based organization that we're working with as to what the strategy is. And most oftentimes we're offering about $500, $250 to $500 for their support. Was that the gist of your question, or did I miss something?
Yeah, no, that was basically, yeah, the gist of it. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Harger.
Thank you very much. So I only have 3 left. For question 19, it's about strengthening relationships between the community and Berkeley PD. I feel like it might be more beneficial to ask people to describe the relationship between their community and Berkeley PD, because we're trying to get like baseline fact finding, right? And though it would be helpful to have both questions, I feel like what we really need to find out is like what the relationship is like now, rather than like an individual's ideas on how to make it better. That's not something that I feel quite as strongly about. Conversely, I feel very strongly with the race and ethnicity. I really think you need to be able to click multiple, because like obviously race is constructed and it's just, you're gonna get like a lot of people will then end up clicking other and writing things in. So if we could just allow people to click multiple, I think that would be great. What is your gender? So female and male are not genders, those are sexes. So if we're asking people their gender and the options are female or male, yeah, they're not genders, they're sexes. For example, a non-binary person can very well be female. So I would change that wording and perhaps look into like some queer research groups that have a little bit more nuanced understanding of how to gather that data. I appreciate that there is a sexual orientation question, and Commissioner Fine may have said this, my sound was cutting out, so apologies if I'm repeating something you said, but we absolutely need a question asking if people are trans. That's just an absolute must. Like trans people are incredibly heavily policed, and if we're asking about sexuality, which we very well should, we must ask if people are trans. And I know that's like in the gender thing, but perhaps when that gender question gets realigned, it would end up getting parsed out into a separate question. Because like transgender female is, actually that language is not great. As somebody in the queer community asking somebody if they are a quote transgender female or quote transgender male is, it's not super couth, a little uncouth in my opinion. So I'd just like to see those made more nuanced and parsed out.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ejiglu.
Thank you. One quick question and maybe one quick point. For number 15, there was mention of violence prevention programs. I'm wondering what specifically that might be. Should people choose that option? It just seems vague. So could you clarify for me what that option that is presented there in number 15 is? Or maybe you don't have to clarify for me, but put something more clear than just a violence prevention program. If it's like youth engagement for violence prevention or whatever the objective might be, right there for violence prevention programs. My other point is thank you for the language that both you, Holly, and Ali are using. I really appreciate and honor the use of the term residents. And I definitely want to speak to, that enlightened me to something that was like a little bit off. No disrespect, Lieutenant Turner, you're still here. And congratulations on your marriage. But if Berkeley PD is looking for a way to really connect with community, I highly recommend the usage of the term residents or community population over the use of the term citizens when referring to the population of our community.
Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely open to whatever language best describes the choices that are on the table for community members. And the choices that are listed there were just our understanding of the current choices and priorities on the table. But we're definitely open to nuanced language if that's available.
Vice Chair.
I'm going to give that to Bernali. I think it's her question.
Yeah, hi. I guess I just want to say first that I agree with everything that's been said so far, especially this idea of like limiting the survey only to residents of Berkeley. That just doesn't sit right at all. I also want to say I saw some of the comments that were sent so far, and am in agreement with this idea of, you know, trying to understand perception, but doing it in a way that I'm not sure how the results of the survey is supposed to help our process. From the questions that we've set forward, it's not clear to me. So if people say we want it to be everybody says we want it to be 100% cut, what does that mean? And maybe that's not so much a question for the survey team, but also for the city in how we're formulating this. But I'm not understanding the relationship between the answers we might get and the decisions that we might make and how it fits into the whole story. And I think to that aspect, I am more interested in the more visioning aspects and in allowing people in Berkeley who experience Berkeley to share their vision of how they expect to move through the city, what they expect their relationship with police to be, not so much commenting on how things work now or how they think things work now, or how they think things work for other people, which is like even more challenging to me. So that being said, I trust some of the other people who have more survey experience, like Commissioners Landham and Lutzker and everybody else who shared. I have a very specific question about the demographic breakup that includes Indian under Southeast Asian. And I don't understand if the categories are from some other place. I think it's similar. Like, I don't feel seen as, I would never read Southeast Asian as a place where if I were to share this with my South Asian community, they would not see themselves or look for themselves in that category. And when you're asking people about their demographic identity, there's not even a breakup. Indian doesn't even appear there. And South Asian is broader. It includes, and I say this because I know we have Nepali folks in Berkeley. You know, it's not just Indian either, right? We have Bangladeshi folks in Berkeley. And it's important that they are able to identify themselves. And within the South Asian community as well, we have folks who are over-policed versus, you know, just somebody like me who has the advantage of class, experiences it slightly differently. So in terms of that demographic breakdown, I would say at least to say South Asian, which is, again, not the most common, you know, a lot of people don't know that they're South Asian, but within that, if you could say, you know, Indian subcontinent or Indian, just expand on it. I don't think those words will cost you so much to do. And that will help me when I'm reaching out to my community members for them to feel seen and understand that this also has an impact on them.
I can send that language in tomorrow, Holly, if you like.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Malvido.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I just had a very quick question, and this is not necessarily reserved for the Bright Research Group, but this may be for the entire task force. And that's, it sounds like the survey is going to be deployed, and there's like the questions are going to be revised, and stakeholders are going to be convened. But I'm wondering if I think Chair Mizell, you brought this up earlier as maybe this is a discussion for a subcommittee on outreach specifically, but I think when we're talking about, you know, community outreach or engagement, I think oftentimes we're not really thinking like partnership. And I think that's what's sort of crucial to this piece in how we invite people in, not just through a survey, but also through their own personal experiences and listening to them as people. In some of my past work, I've convened listening sessions where we discuss, you know, the trauma and harm that's been caused by police in special settings and other forms of community engagement that, you know, bring in some really powerful stories and also invite creativity and innovative ideas into what reimagining public safety looks like. So I guess I'm really thinking about this ahead of, I know many of us expressed in past meetings that, you know, a survey itself as one thing is not enough, but perhaps as a prong, one of the prongs in the approach to community partnership in this process could be useful. So I'm wondering, you know, when do we have that conversation? And if that's something that we'd be interested in talking about this evening.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And as I said, that will definitely be a topic of discussion on our next item. Commissioner Lutzker.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that presentation. The reason I sent in my comments ahead of time was so that I didn't have a lot to say now, because I definitely don't want to dominate conversations with like small methodological things. I do just want to lift what Chair Mizell asked, which was that we do have that this survey does come back to a subcommittee. As I think Commissioner Malvito said, maybe possibly a subcommittee on outreach and maybe another one on survey design. I think this is really critical. And I think here I heard you say, Ms. Joshi, that, you know, this is, you'll do what the city asks you to do. So I ask city staff to please prioritize that this come back to us for another review, because I do think that getting this right is critical. We're paying these consultants for this project and we want to get it right the first time. And so I just really urge you to prioritize for them that time with these different subcommittees. So thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner? Okay, well, Holly and Ellie, thank you both. Obviously, there's many questions and concerns. I appreciate the having the initial feedback. I'll let Commissioner Harger.
Sorry, I just realized I wanted to clarify my logic behind the gender question, because I realized I kind of made an assumption about understanding that I shouldn't have made. Transgender female, like transgender women are women, right? So if you just say gender and you say woman, then that will specify, like, you don't need to parse out transgender women from women, because the gender of woman encompasses all women. And so that's why, in my mind, we would want to have a separate question to address whether or not people identify as trans. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, thank you, Holly and Ellie. Hopefully look forward to more discussions with you and possibly your colleagues. Again, thank you for the initial feedback. I know that certainly took work and time, but yeah, look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving to our next item on the agenda, where it's the special meeting time scheduling. Mr. Mike, do you want to take that?
More than happy to. So as I mentioned many hours ago, in the meetings, we had listed some opportunities for some special meetings, April 29th, May 19th, June 30th. They seemed to not get in the way of some of the other commissions that you all are on. So I'm hoping that we could get agreement to put those on your calendars so we have flexibility for some additional meetings throughout the next few months.
I so move.
I'll second it, but it's open for discussion if commissioners have concerns or there's some big conflict we haven't seen.
We worked hard to avoid a lot of commissions, so I'm hoping we got there.
Commissioner Ejiku.
Terribly sorry, but I know that one of those dates I will not be able to attend, and that would be May 19th. It's my daughter's birthday, and I just can't envision myself being occupied for, 4 hours on the night that my baby turns 8. That's just me.
Imagine 20 of us singing happy birthday to your baby.
She does visit our Zooms, doesn't she? That is, I'll consider that.
Alrighty, I'd say let's call the roll on that then.
Sure. Commissioner Fine,
Yes.
Commissioner Chima.
Yes, only if we can sing happy birthday.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dangerfield. Commissioner Hyde.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Harger.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindheim.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh.
Yes.
Commissioner Jigu.
All right, I'm easily convinced, so yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Opton. Commissioner Opton. Commissioner Blake.
Yes.
Commissioner Polk is absent. Commissioner Malvito.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Ho. Commissioner Letzker.
Yes.
Chair Mizell.
Yes.
Thank you. That concludes.
Thank you, everyone. Look forward to those additional meetings. Certainly, we can use them. Moving to our next item, and our last item is subcommittee discussion. Just for those who are not as familiar with city commissions, subcommittees allow us to consider work and items outside of these once every 3 weeks or so meetings, and allow folks who have either expertise or interest in specific items to really hone in, hopefully with the staff applicable with those items. And just one thing though, we can make a subcommittee, and even if we don't use it, it can be there. But if we don't make the subcommittee, that will complicate the ability for us to collaborate together. So if you have an idea, you think, well, maybe we will, maybe we won't, still propose it. Even if the subcommittee doesn't meet, at least it's on the books and can meet at a later point. I would start with proposing and really open up the discussion on how we'd want to best frame this, a subcommittee on outreach and obviously dealing with the survey component as well, and whether those should be combined things, or they should be separate subcommittees. Looking for thoughts on that, but certainly something along those lines. Commissioner Lutzker?
Chair Mizell, I'm wondering if you could clarify, or someone could clarify for me, whether the subcommittees that we establish now are the only ones that we can establish, or whether as the course of the task force goes forward, whether we can establish others into the future.
We could establish others at potentially any, at least regularly scheduled meeting. I don't know if special meetings are the same. We could agendize a discussion. We just have to make sure we agendize a discussion. We could do that as the default option if something comes up later.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fine?
Thank you. I was going to say, you have the citywide survey, and then there's going to be a number of focus groups and qualitative interviews that are separate. And so I'm wondering if there are two different subcommittees there, because I can say because of working on the SCU that I've been making outreach and setting up people so they have partnerships to do focus groups and qualitative interviews with target populations, as opposed to this, I believe, is the citywide survey. And I don't know if it's also used for target populations. So maybe if you can clarify that, we can get a better sense of the subcommittee.
I'm gonna defer to you, Mr. White.
I wonder if, I don't know if Holly is still on the call to best answer that, and I don't see her, so I'm not able to answer how they want to use that city survey vis-a-vis the, when they get more specific with subgroups. I have my own thoughts on that, but I'm not going to be able to answer precisely.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a precise answer either, Commissioner. Yeah, do you have any additional thoughts on that, then? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Fine.
The way it is, like within the SCU, and Boona worked on this quite a bit, is we developed a very broad list of CBOs that reach a number of different targeted organizations. And among the SCU steering committee members, there's like 8 of us, we broke them out, and people who have connections to different CBOs have been working in order to make outreach so RDA can do the qualitative interviews or the focus groups. But after that, they realized to not duplicate with Bright Research that we needed to have one plan. So I am sort of seeing there's one part with targeted, groups that we will be focusing on, and then there's the citywide, and that's as far as what I know right now.
Okay, so on your side of the special ed care unit, there has been already work conducted in terms of organizing CBOs and target community groups for RDAs, potentially their portion of the survey, and then this other portion from the Bright group may be a broader. I'll make sure we get more clarification.
Yeah, you need more clarification, because the people from Bright Research tonight said they're also going to do focus groups. So that didn't say anything about what the content of those groups would be and if they would use the material from the citywide survey in them. Because the ones I'm setting up are LGBT focus groups with the nonprofits I know. So the content may be different.
So they definitely will be doing focus groups, and they're working with RDA to make sure they don't overlap on the content side of the house. And so they're not overlapping when they go to certain focus group populations. As you're aware, they are definitely trying to do their best to complement and not, end up in the same place at the same time, speaking with folks.
Commissioner Ghosh.
Yeah, I had a general question about subcommittees and expectation of public participation and noticing of subcommittees under COVID. So I'm wondering if, this is something we're trying to figure out at the Transportation Commission as well. Like, what can members of the public attend if there's no public noticing? And some members of the public, I'm confused myself. So I would love some clarity on whether subcommittees are going to be staff supported or they're going to be working groups, and whether they're going to be noticed. And if they're not noticed and public is present, what that means. Yeah.
Sure, Michael, do you want to comment with what you know, or do you want me to talk a little about what I know? I know you've been going through this with the PRC.
Yes, so the PRC has the unique advantage of dedicated staff. So I will go to you, Mr. White.
Well, I mean, I'll just speak broadly about the subcommittees if I have it, and I'll do some research after this meeting to make sure I'm dialed in. But I think my understanding is that with special rules that the council adopted, subcommittees can be established now with commissions so that they can happen without having to post under the Brown Act. So hypothetically, the public won't know about the meeting in that circumstance. And also, they are not staffed. I think the challenge we're going to face, and I just think practically what this group is going to we'll all have to contend with is obviously two things, is that there's only just so many hours in the day for Shamika and I. So we're going to just have a really hard time being available for subcommittees. And, you know, just being really honest about resources available with the consultants, that's going to be a factor too. So there's only so many hours that they have under their contract. And so I'm in the mode where I'm just trying to digest which direction you guys are all headed so I can kind of step back and digest it all and figure out what's the best way we can be of assistance. So one extreme would be subcommittees will meet, they won't Brown Act, they won't have staff, they'll report back to this group. And I'm not sure what the other extreme yet looks like until we kind of get through and I figure out what you all are interested in organizing and pursuing.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chima.
I've been thinking about this quite a bit because subcommittees have been extremely useful and important in the lives of the commissions because the work can get faster and everybody's participating in their clusters, and we bring staff or city or recommendations to city council, sometimes based out of subcommittees. Then it comes to our full task force, and then it moves through staff. I think it's important for us to have subcommittees, and a few that I was thinking about would be one that would be community engagement, but it would include the survey, the use of survey, looking at the results, all of that as one subcommittee. The second one would be around, police, the budget, the trainings, the staffing, that whole piece. And I wasn't sure whether BerkDOT would need its own subcommittee or not, but that was another one that was kind of breaking out. So those were the only three that I had thought of.
Yeah, well, I agree with all of those. Commissioner Fine. You're muted, Commissioner.
I very much agree with the vice chair, citywide survey design and methodology and outreach. And then I think there should be a subcommittee on specific populations for community engagement, because those are going to be handled differently than the citywide. And it can liaison with SCU so that there's clarity. And then on the other two, I think that's great.
Commissioner Ghost, did you have something?
Still trying to figure it out. I think one of the, if we were to have subcommittees, I would want one on alternatives to policing, to really sort of think through that across the board. I think one of the, as much as I would like a BerkDOT subcommittee, I'm not sure I want it just yet, because I feel like we're already being siloed in many different ways. And I would like for us to develop a group understanding of what BerkDOT might be, or what the SCU might be. And I want to do that thinking about alternatives, because people don't experience policing in these silos. So I want to be able to sort of stitch solutions together and weave solutions together as well. So alternatives to policing would be one. I'm also very interested in sort of coming from a BerkDOT experience about what the city can do immediately and what things are state preemptions and what our limits are on that. So understanding the legal positionality of the city of Berkeley as we try to implement these solutions, and wanting to get a commitment from the city and the city attorney in helping us sort of navigate that. And I also want us to look at the Berkeley Municipal Code. So for me, I think those are the three things I'm thinking about, which I'd be happy for all of us to talk together, but I'd also be happy for commissioners who have experience in that to be able to discuss that with them. So thank you.
Commissioner Fine? Oh, Commissioner Fine, do you have anything else?
No, I apologize. I didn't put
No.
my fan down.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and I just say, yeah, Commissioner Ghosh, in terms of, figuring out what is the state preemption issue, and I know Vice Chair had very much the same thoughts versus, what can the city just do now? So, some sort of state versus city or some type of subcommittee on that will certainly be important at some point in this process, if not immediately. Any other commissioners with thoughts? Okay, currently I have, I think I'm missing wrong, so someone jump in. Community engagement plus the survey. Policing in terms of structure and of course the budget, which will be a very important conversation. Alternatives to policing, and then state versus city in terms of what can be done now, what's a preemption issue. Commissioner Hyde.
Hi, everyone. I haven't had a chance to introduce myself, so I was also about 10 minutes late today. So apologies for that. I'm from District 8, and I'm replacing Rohini Har, she's got amazing experience, and I'm sad she's not here. At any rate, hello, everyone. I have been writing down some ideas for the subcommittees based on the categories that our task force is hearing about. This is not necessarily a perfect way to structure ourselves, but another thought is that perhaps we have enough of our regular members. I think we're at 27 or 30, and David White or Shmika, I would love to have our exact number of total folks that we would divide into these subcommittees. But it seems like we probably wouldn't want to create more than 5 because it would be hard to staff them and get enough done, have enough manpower and woman power, all people power on each one. And so the ones that I captured were, they seem to fit with what's been suggested so far. And it starts with what we heard from today. So a BPD, and that would include the important budget discussion and kind of all of the things that were explained to us by the police department today. Dispatch might be another subcommittee, which calls for service would seem to fit well within that. And then outreach and representation, that needs to be a big and important discussion. That's 3. SCU and mental health, I'm for debate, but that seems to be another important conversation that we're focusing in on. So maybe a 4th subcommittee there. And then the 5th one could be alternatives to current structures, best practices that we could research and learn about from other cities across the country who are in these same processes right now, and also the legalities. Maybe we could wrap that in under that sort of outwardly focused research group. So do those 5 subcommittees fit with what we've been talking about so far?
I think they largely fit, though, some of, those subcommittees, I think one concern for us, right, is, work is being done in a lot of different places already. And, in terms of like specialized care unit, There has been extensive work done and other committees that are meeting. And we have folks, working in that work who are on the task force who can help inform our discussions on that. So it may not be our role to make a subcommittee, just in terms of, obviously, as you said, trying to best balance, what we should focus on. But certainly, obviously, it's important to focus on the issue broadly. And I'm glad we have the task force members to help us with that. Dispatch, it's a possibility. I think it's probably going to require, a longer conversation with Chief Brannigan. But I do know that process, as he said, is 4 years in the making. And it's more a decision of what should come next in between those options. And that's, as far as I know, that's really constrained to the options already presented. So there may not be a ton for us to do there until we're getting to, okay, now this option has been selected. How do we structure this, the responses? So if we can get to that discussion, I think then that would be invaluable, but that probably is farther down the line. That's just my feeling. I'd certainly not know every detail on that. But yeah, there's community engagement, of course, policing budget, of course, alternatives, of course, and then something that focuses on, the different laws between city, state, preemption issues. Yes, I think that's very important as well. Mr. Fine, did you have anything?
Yeah, I just want to know if you can clarify something for me.
Yeah.
When we're talking about community engagement as a subcommittee, are we talking about both the citywide and then the specific outreach to target groups? Or are we talking about it as two different committees?
I would think, and again, I'm open to different ideas, that it could be in one subcommittee and they could, shift and, have those focused conversations. I can think, for instance, some of the PRC subcommittees I've had where, we have a broad topic and then, some days we're focusing on, a certain section or a certain identity. So yeah, I would think one subcommittee. Commissioner Linton? Oh, you're muted, Commissioner. There you go.
Kept clicking and nothing happened. I'm just getting concerned a little bit that as we proliferate subcommittees, that then there's sort of, I think it has to be so people can attend whatever subcommittees and however many subcommittees they want, because otherwise we're going to just sort of segment things. And a lot of those issues are interrelated. So when you're looking at, let's say, structure of police and alternatives to policing, those two issues go together, especially if you're going to try to make any recommendations. I mean, you can look at what is, but at some point you have to, those two issues absolutely go together as to what your options are. So to have one separate from the other doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And, regarding the preemption issue, I don't want to go to too many subcommittees. I mean, absolutely, 4 hours for a meeting is already well beyond my capacities. But I've got strong feelings about, I've done a lot of research about that, and, I have some strong feelings about it. But in any case, I think this has to be somewhat flexible. I don't want this to say, okay, we're going to divide into 5 subcommittees and 5 of us, 5, because I think that would just not make a ton of sense. But God forbid that we want to have more meetings. So that's the flip side of what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And there's one factor I should mention is, again, we can decide tonight to create, we could create 50 subcommittees tonight. We're not going to do that. But if we did, we could say we have 50 subcommittees. Right now, we're going to assign members to 3 of them. And for each subcommittee, we could assign, so lower than the quorum of members. So I believe that's 7 members. So, members could easily be on multiple subcommittees in terms of those numbers, and be involved in multiple conversations if they'd like. But yeah, I definitely hear you on the point about how closely related policing and the structurally the budget will be to alternatives to policing. Yeah, I think it could be one subcommittee. Probably, I would think would start with the focus of current structure, how the budget works, and then translating over to alternatives. So yeah, I definitely see that as a possibility.
I guess I want to come back to, and I really do need to center this on staff resources. So when you talk about the notion of these subcommittees, I'm not getting a very clear understanding of, are a group of you going to pour through our budget on your own and develop your own thoughts of the budget, and then Chief Lewis is going to come and speak to this entire task force about the budget as we just talked about? Or are you expecting Chief Lewis to come to a subcommittee and come to this task force? I just want to be super clear, like we are not, we're just too thin to handle that kind of meeting schedule. So I think it's most productive for us to share the same information with the entirety of the task force, particularly when it comes to discussions around the department and the budget, so that there's a common understanding of what they are and how they work and how the resources are allocated. So I really do, as you move this conversation along, Chair, I think we got to get a much better picture and understanding of kind of what you're thinking, because like I said, I can't yet commit additional resources beyond, being present for these task force meetings and the work we're doing to, as much as we're doing right now. So you got to help me with that, because I'm not getting a clear read on what you guys need.
Yeah, my thought, certainly I didn't think Interim Chief Lewis was going to appear at every subcommittee meeting. My hope would be to ask, is there, an officer or probably a sergeant or lieutenant who has an understanding of this, who can help guide that conversation. Again, staff better than me, possibly, even an hour or two, once every other week is too much. But if that's possible, I think that would help aid that discussion. In terms of community engagement, again, that would be reaching out to the right group. And I know that will have to be, a discussion in terms of their own staffing. But they sounded amicable to that. And I think, again, 2 hours, perhaps, every other week, or potentially less than that, is plausible, I would hope, in their contract. And then in terms of, I think that those are the big ones where we would need other people potentially involved. And I guess that's my initial thoughts. Again, you may know more details than I do in terms of that possibility, but at least the Bright Group sounded like it's a real possibility. I would hope so. And I would hope there'd be someone in the department who could come to these subcommittees. And I think, at least on the PRC side, we don't have as much going on. So there may be an officer or a lieutenant or sergeant available. That's kind of my thinking. I certainly wasn't thinking, the chief was going to appear at every subcommittee meeting. But no, I appreciate you making sure that we're thinking about that.
I would really encourage, before I just want to be really focused before I'm super comfortable committing stuff. I really want to make sure when you establish a subcommittee, your objectives are clear to us, and your timing is clear to us, because there are some expectations of the task force to deliver recommendations to the council that align with their budgeting process. So I think that's also part of what you also need to factor into your decision making, is over what time frame these committees will be meeting. And again, I want a really clear understanding of what questions you want to have answered, what is the focus of that subcommittee, so that I can bring that back to staff to say we can accommodate. Again, resources are just a premium in the middle of a pandemic and coming off of major budget cuts. So I have to be really clear about what are the very specific expectations and what you need. And there's really good progress is being made, but I got to be honest, I'm still not getting the specifics out of you in terms of, you know, what timelines, what questions. And so I'm just going to keep pushing that until it's really clear to me.
Well, I would say one thing respectfully, Mr. White, is I'm still waiting to fully understand what the timeline will be. And, you know, though, as you know, those are conversations that they're still happening in the city. I can't definitively set a date because some of these discussions may go months, years longer, potentially, but I don't know currently. I only know the original timeline which was given, which I think we've all agreed is extremely tight. I'm assuming, and this is an assumption I'm making, that to some extent it will be extended. So hopefully we can have discussions about, you know, the 22-23 fiscal year at, you know, farther into the summer at least. But I mean, until, you know, I and then the whole task force, you know, has that clarity from the city, I don't know how to set full timelines. And that's just really my honest answer. I think Vice Chair Kima, you're next.
Yeah, I want to try to simplify some of this because it's beginning to look much more complex than I was hoping it would be. Subcommittees can be, we've already listed some. We haven't heard from a lot of the commissioners how they feel about the subcommittee structure. So I think that's important that we let commissioners speak who haven't spoken yet on the subcommittees. Subcommittees can be set up now that we don't have to notice them. They can be set up. A lead person can be chosen who sets up the Zooms, who sets up the agenda for the subcommittee. The first conversation at every subcommittee needs to be what David is talking about. You know, what is it that we want to do that is not going to happen as a whole task force? And would it make more sense perhaps to have 4 additional task force meetings where everybody's at the same table? I think we can't reach conclusions tonight about subcommittees. We haven't even heard who might want to serve on what. So I think we're a few steps away from saying, you know, we're going to have 5 subcommittees. They're going to meet every week, and this is the work they're going to do. And this is the amount of staff that we expect we will be requesting. So let's stay really focused on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You explained it better than me. Still in the discussion phase here. Yeah, so I guess I'd just like to open it up. If any commissioners, if not, have different thoughts, ideas, you know, in terms of what we have so far, which I think the main ones are community engagement, plus the survey, policing, structure, and then alternatives to policing. I think we can contain that in one. And then, yeah, that actually shortened the list quite a bit. And then potentially one that deals with state versus city and preemption issues. I think Commissioner Fine, I think you were first.
Yeah, I want to say, I think tonight we need, and I will make the motion, but I think we need a motion to create a community engagement subcommittee. And let me say why, because I think specifically people on this task force and the SCU have done tremendous work to get us to where we are. And we have a list of 90 to 100 organizations. We've been working with RDA. Bright didn't clarify everything tonight that was asked within those questions, but we need, the work plan is going into place and the survey is going to be released by the end of the month. So it's timely that we get this going tonight in order to participate, or we're going to lose our opportunity. So I would like to make a motion to create a community engagement subcommittee and hope that somebody can second this motion.
Second. Yeah. So yes, let's, if it's all right, Commissioner, let's call the roll on that first. Then we can have hopefully a brief discussion on who will be on it, and then we can go to the next step so we have something done.
I think Pamela has her hand up. We should hear what she has to say before we do what you just said, Nathan.
Commissioner Hyde.
Thanks. For the most part, I fully agree with Commissioner Fine in that we know that there are various groups that are moving forward quite rapidly, and things are getting decided, and certainly this survey will be put out. And so time feels of the essence. And so although we are still in discussion on exactly what the subcommittees will be and maybe what their remit or purpose is, meaning are we going out to figure out the right questions to be asking, or is a subcommittee meant to go out and make decisions that we're bringing back to this group to vote on, proposals that on a given subject we feel would be best. So at any rate, that's still to be decided, but if some or many of us feel passionately about some of the options for the subcommittees that have been discussed so far, it would seem to be helpful to, if we can form 1 or 2 or even 3, and then take some roll call and to see who would like to be, who else feels passionate about those subjects, then those subcommittees could begin to self-organize. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Malvida.
Thank you. This is just a quick sort of process question. In terms of these commissions, and Commissioner Hyde sort of referenced it a little bit in terms of self-organizing, how formal do these meetings have to be? Like what are the legalities of like us meeting outside of this regular meeting schedule for the task force? Do we have to schedule every meeting in? Does this have to be pre-approved? Or is it something that can just happen sort of ad hoc?
So Shamika was really fast in pulling together the memo that we have for subcommittee. So we've suspended some of the rules for them. So there's no requirement. Ad hoc subcommittees can be formed. Our typical procedures that they have to comply with the Brown Act, but that has been lifted right now. So you can meet whenever the subcommittee can coordinate amongst yourselves. So specifically the creating and posting of agendas, providing for public attendance and comment during subcommittee meetings, and other associated scheduling notice requirements is temporarily suspended. Now this could change at some point, but these are the rules right now under COVID, just because of the way that we're oriented towards the responding to the pandemic itself. And then ad hoc subcommittees are not legislative bodies and are not required to post agendas. So that's kind of where things are now. And then there's a reference to, there is in our commissioner's manual, some very specific points about how subcommittees work and ad hoc subcommittees. So just to kind of reiterate, ad hoc subcommittees and appointments must occur at meetings of the full commission, which we are having. Recommendations from subcommittees must be adopted by the full commission. A subcommittee cannot represent the commission before council. This is getting some of the technicalities. Must have a finite purview established by the parent body. Have a set target date to report back. Must terminate within 1 year unless it's extended. Have no regular meeting schedule set by the parent body. All subcommittee meetings are special meetings, and have no alternate commissioner assigned. So there are some rules we just have to make sure we follow as it pertains to subcommittees. So this body is subject to our commissioner's manual. And
Okay,
thank you, Shamika, for pulling this out.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was just gonna say, can we then just default and put the date to report back to, I forget what the last scheduled meeting is currently, but I think that would probably be appropriate. So of course, subcommittees are able to report things before then. Commissioner Lindheim?
Can an ad hoc subcommittee be larger than the quorum?
Oh, no.
Task force member Linheim, you should know the answer to that question, given your experience. You can't have more than a quorum, or else it's a full body meeting.
Commissioner Fine?
Yeah, I've been setting up subcommittee meetings for the mental health commissions. And what I've been doing is sending an email to the participants, coordinating it, copying the secretary on what we're doing, and then having the person report at the next full body meeting about what happened. And it's not used any of the city's staff resources.
Thank you. Commissioner Blake?
Do we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded
Yes.
by Commissioner Fine? Are we going to vote on that?
Yes, we are going to vote.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, yeah, let's call the roll.
Or so the motion, just to remind everyone, is to create a subcommittee for community engagement, correct? Chair Mizell?
Oh, actually, it'd be, yeah, Mr. Fine.
Yes.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, that's also to include survey design, right?
Yes.
It's everything.
Plus survey design, thank you.
And special group.
And special groups, you said?
Yeah, it's everything. I had asked Nathan to clarify, and he said we should put everything in it.
Okay, can you repeat what the title of the subcommittee will be so that we're all clear?
I think it will just be Community Engagement Subcommittee, so that then the members can work on different projects under that topic.
Thank you, Commissioner Fine. We'll begin the vote now. Roll. Commissioner Fine?
Yes.
Commissioner Chima?
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Hyde?
Yes.
Commissioner Harger?
Yes.
Commissioner Linheim?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh?
Yes.
Commissioner Jigu?
Yes.
Commissioner Opton? Commissioner Opton? Commissioner Blake?
Yes.
Commissioner Polk is absent. Commissioner Malvito?
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Ho? Commissioner Lutzker?
Yes.
And Chair Mizell?
Yes.
Okay, motion passed.
Okay. I will make a motion to create a subcommittee on policing, budget, and alternatives to, well, I guess alternatives to policing.
Second.
Second. Any discussion, commissioners? I think we all think that's probably necessary.
Can I know who seconded that one, Chair Mizell, please?
It was Commissioner Blake. Oh, Commissioner Harger, do you have a question?
Yeah, and again, I'm sorry, my sound has just been cutting in and out so much this meeting, but we cannot have a subcommittee that has more than quorum in it. Is that what was said? Okay.
Correct. So no more than
subcommittee. So I feel like we might end up with enough people interested that we end up above quorum, but that's a problem for later.
Okay, yeah, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fine?
Yes, sorry.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Chima?
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Hyde?
Yes.
Mr. Harger,
Yes.
Mr. Lindheim,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mr. Ghosh,
Yes.
Mr. Ajigu,
Yes.
Mr. Opton, Mr. Blake,
Yes.
Mr. Polk is absent. Mr. Malvito,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Ho, Commissioner Lutzker,
Yes.
Chair Mizell,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Okay, now we should assign membership to our two subcommittees here. Let's start first with the subcommittee on community engagement. I guess first is there, well, actually, no, it'll be up to the subcommittee to decide their chair at the first meeting. But I feel like anyone who has interest in being on that subcommittee, please raise your hand. Or okay, if we have, okay, I think that's exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from.
Let's make sure we get the names. We have Harger, Educator,
Yeah, can we know who?
Lake, Lutzker, Alvito. Okay, so I'm seeing Harger, Edgegu, Fine, Blake, Lutzker, and Malvito. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Under.
Are there any objections to appointing Commissioner Malvito, Commissioner Harger, Commissioner Ijigu, Commissioner Fine, Commissioner Blake, or Commissioner Lutzker to the Community Engagement Subcommittee? Hearing none, beautiful. You're all members of the subcommittee now. The one, I think the biggest question will be your first meeting and how that gets set up. But after that, I think it will probably be easier going forward without staff. And then going to now the subcommittee on police, budget, and alternatives to policing. Interest, raise your hand, please. Okay, and I see Commissioner Dangerfield. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I think we have 8 folks who raised their hands. Only can appoint 7, correct, Sway?
No, we have 17 members, so 8 is okay.
Oh.
9 would be the
9.
tipping point.
Thank
but
you.
wait, where are the 8? I've got Lindheim, Chima, Chair Mizell,
Dangerfield.
Harger.
Dangerfield.
Oh, he doesn't have the hand raise function. Sorry. You're right.
Oh, and I see Ghosh as well, yes?
Yeah. I have 8. That's right. Chair Mizell's got it. Lindheim, Chima, Mizell, Hyde, Harger, Blake, Barnali, Dangerfield.
How many is that, David? 9?
8.
8.
Lindheim, Chima, Mizell, Hyde, Harger, Blake, Ghosh, Dangerfield.
Okay. Is there any objections to appointing Commissioner Dangerfield, Commissioner Ghosh, Commissioner Blake, Commissioner Lindheim, Vice Chair Chima, Commissioner Hyde, Commissioner Harder, or myself to the Subcommittee on Policing, Budget, and Alternatives to Policing? Seeing none, we are now on that subcommittee. Thank you, commissioners. Okay, it's a good thing we have 2 subcommittees, memberships for 2 subcommittees. Is there anything else we need to consider tonight? Put my hand down.
Chairperson, are you recognizing hand? Dan, is your hand up?
No.
Okay, mine is. So I guess we have to figure out who the lead person is, who's going to set up these meetings. They need to get together and do their scheduling on in both the clusters. So that would be the next step. And I don't know if we want to do that tonight, or at least the lead people should step up.
Yeah, I agree. Commissioner Fine?
Yeah, I'll set up the first community engagement meeting. If I can get email addresses from somebody, I can do that.
We can get them out to you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Just making sure that everyone's okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We'll get it to you.
Thank you.
Beautiful. And then any volunteer for policing budget and alternatives to policing?
Volunteer for that.
Ned, may I ask you a question? Are
Sure.
you volunteering to be on the committee, or are you volunteering to put the committee together and create the Zooms and do all of that?
I'm volunteering to be on the committee.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That gets you to 9 people.
That's
though.
9.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I don't think any of us saw your hand or. Okay. So the issue here, Commissioner Austin, we just appointed 8. Unless someone is willing to step off, I can appoint you at this time.
Maybe someone who's
Fortunately.
on both. And then if one of us drops off, that person could come on.
We don't have any duplication.
We don't have any duplication? Are you sure?
I think we do. I
Hey,
think Task Force Member Blake is on both.
Was Blake on both?
And
Yes.
so was one other person, I thought.
That's
it, just Blake.
Harger.
That's right. Thank you.
Harger.
Yep.
Okay, well, I can't talk anyone into it. I'm sorry about that, Commissioner Opton, but the good news is certainly what comes out of that subcommittee has to be shared, of course, with the full commission, and the work will continue. So yeah, in terms of any volunteers to just set up the first meeting and its agenda, Commissioner Blake.
Yeah, I volunteered to step off of the police.
Oh, okay. Alrighty,
Reluctantly.
And Nathan, I'll volunteer to put the first meeting together, but I can't promise doing that for all the meetings.
Okay.
But the first one to get us started.
Thank you.
Yeah. And same thing, David, if I have the names and the emails, I'll only stick with those folks. Okay.
We'll send it to you. And then Chair myself, I just want to confirm, are we with Task Force Member Blake stepping off? Are we entertaining Task Force Member Austin on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't think we have to do another vote for, just voluntarily stepping off. So Commissioner Opton, I assume you're still interested in being on the subcommittee for policing, budget, and alternatives to policing. Commissioner, yay. Commissioner Opton, yes.
Could you repeat?
Sorry, you're muted. I just wanted to ensure you still want to be on the subcommittee for policing, budget, and alternatives to policing.
I'm certainly willing to be, but don't need to be.
Okay,
I think it'd be great to have Ned.
So you're willing to, so I'm gonna take that as you will. So are there any objections to Commissioner Opton serving on the subcommittee on police, budget, and alternatives to policing? Seeing none, you're on the subcommittee, Commissioner. Look forward to working with you there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other subcommittees we need to consider at this time? And remember, folks, as we go along through the process, at any of these meetings, we can have a discussion of subcommittees. I'll likely ask Ms. Wright and Ms. Cole that we just have it on the agenda, and if we don't need it, then great. And if we do use it, we can use it at a later point as well. Okay. In that case, I'll need a motion. Yes.
So we also have public comment as well. So.
Beautiful. Yes, let's do public comment. Thank you.
And you have Lisa's hand up.
Commissioner Lutzker, we go public comment.
Yeah, just a very quick thing, which is, can the city provide a Zoom account for folks to use so that there isn't a limitation on minutes of the subcommittees? Is that something the city can provide?
We do not currently have that set up. So again, once we get our arms around what are the types of things you need, we can provide we can come back with what we can and can't do. I don't know if we're in a position to offer that resource right now. I just haven't asked that question. So I don't know.
I'm willing to set up all the Zoom calls for the police subcommittee. And I have, capacity that we can go 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever we want. But I can't do that for the other one that we just created. I'm sorry.
I can try to do it for the one that I'm going to coordinate. I'll see what I can do and open a Zoom account or something like that. Okay. So I'll look into it.
I can help you figure that out.
Thank you. All right, public comment.
Okay, let me bring Kelly in again. Kelly, you're in. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Some of you may know that I do a weekly calendar of meetings, which gets published in the Daily Planet and on Nextdoor. And if you want me to list the meetings, I'd be happy to do that. If you want those subcommittees listed, and my email is kellyhammergren@gmail.com. So it's just Kelly Hammergren, HAMMARGREN @gmail. And I would just need to know by Friday noon for the coming week, because I start working at Friday noon and then I usually finish about 3 or 4 in the morning. And then I email all the meetings I've found. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. I'll let in Carol Morasovic.
For future subcommittee meetings, subcommittees, I was hoping that you could clarify if members of the public could also become members for the other subcommittees that you will be establishing, and and the procedure for doing that. Would they just show up to the meeting, or would they be involved on a continued basis by being voted in through your commission, through your task?
I think the commissioner's manual, you're not a member of the subcommittee, but you can certainly participate as an advisor. I think that's the language.
Yeah, if I could do it, there are public members of subcommittees. With the 2 we've created tonight, you're at least, I think we're at max for quorum on both of them, I believe. If that's true, then I don't believe we can then add members of the public for future subcommittees potentially. We could if we're below quorum. And I would say the method to do that. Here's what I'll say. I think for our next discussion on subcommittees, we can open that up since this was the first scheduled one before we had any subcommittees. I think it was the task force prerogative to make sure it got done tonight, but for the future, we can make sure to ask if there's any public interest. And
all I can see in the commissioner manual is it says composed of only members of the parent body, no members of other commissions or any other persons may be included. And this is under the section about temporary subcommittee / ad hoc subcommittees. And it's page 30 of 103 of the commissioner manual.
Oh, thank you, Mr. White. That proves me wrong. That I guess, yes, I'm thinking of the subcommittees we have in the PRC where we have public members who I guess aren't officially members, but basically are helping us in that discussion.
The PRC is just, it's a different body because it's a charter amendment body. So it is different than the typical commission. So I think you have different practices just because you have different authorities.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. White, and thank you for the correction. All right, a motion to adjourn from someone?
Yep, that was me.
I'll second that. Are there any objections to adjourning? Seeing none, that is the end of the meeting. Thank you, folks. 4
Thank
hours is a lot.
you.
Really appreciate it. Yeah, have a good night.
Okay, you too. Thanks again.